Personal $40 on this baby.
Of the Scio Township. Call this meeting of the Scio Township Board of Trustees to order for September 26, 2023. We will call the roll and then please join in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Hathaway.
Present.
Palmer. Present. Flintoff. Present. Rougeau.
Here.
Carey. Present. Noel. Present. Riser. Absent. We have quorum.
All right, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, first we have the adoption of the agenda. I know there's a couple of changes and a couple of trustees have informed me that they have additional changes. The two changes I would like to make are to remove item G2, which is the contract for generator planned equipment maintenance and inspections, and also to remove the Wild Fry Farm Historic District report. The first item, the generator needs a little bit more work in order to be ready for the board act. And we decided to move the report on the Wild Fry Farm Historic District to our first meeting in October. Are there further changes? I know you have one.
I have one. I would like to remove from the consent agenda the G6 approval of annual longevity payment to Howard Lowry. And where we need to put it.
Well, we put it at the end of new business.
Yep.
So after J5.
Okay.
Are there other changes?
Yes, I'd like to add an item to the agenda. I've distributed it as a proposed add-on. There's a copy there for the public. Approval of the annual township insurance policy through Decker Insurance Company to the end of new business, I propose.
So that would come after G6 at the end of new business.
So are we gonna name that?
J6.
Okay.
So G6 and then J6. Any other changes?
Yeah, he just won.
Folks.
That's not really a change to the agenda. If there are no further changes to the agenda, would someone like to move the agenda as amended?
I don't have anything in the
Moved by
agenda.
Noel, support by Rougeau. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Agenda is approved. Communications to the Board of Trustees.
I did want to respond to one of the communications that we received briefly. And Matt Parks, could you let him in?
He's a panelist.
Okay. The board received a letter sent from the Parkwood Condominium Association Board requesting that the Scio board direct our civil engineering consultant to change their most recent review letter. This is, such a request is highly irregular. And the review letter related to the proposed Arbery Grove development, specifically OHM, it stated in the letter that the proposed easement for stormwater shall be recorded prior to submission for board approval. So I spoke to Matt Parks, our civil engineering consultant, about this recently. He is going to make a few statements to clarify his rationale. He has advised the developer he's not changing his letter, and he will explain his rationale as to why to the entire board.
At this time.
Yeah, just 2 minutes.
Great. Matt?
Hey, everybody, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, yeah, actually, I received that letter, and it was like Trustee Noel said, it was a little irregular for a private entity or a homeowners association to request, a township consultant to revise anything. So, I guess I'll go back to my original letter. We feel it's pretty important that the easement is fully executed, recorded, preferably in hand by the developer before that site's considered by the DOT. And the main reason being is the easement is necessary for the infrastructure to properly work. So if they don't get that easement, or that easement's not recorded, virtually their entire stormwater system, would have to be reconfigured, looked at differently. And I'm not 100% sure there's a viable option other than what they're proposing. So I would recommend that we don't revise our letter. And just for clarification, nobody at the township has followed up and requested that we do revise that letter. So I'm just gonna keep it as it is unless the township or township's legal counsel and us meet, and there's a good reason why. We're just gonna keep our letter as is. And I received a copy of the letter as did the township, and I think we should probably have further discussions on that moving forward. But just based on what Kathy said, we're not planning on revising it and don't feel it's appropriate to at this time. We feel a recorded easement or some kind of documentation confirming that the easement will be obtained in a legal manner and can be obtained at a minimum would be what we would want to see before that site's in front of the board for further discussion. So
Thank you, Matt.
Anything further? Then let's move on to public comment. Now, this is a time for members of the public to speak for up to 3 minutes on any matter under the purview of the Board of Trustees. And Trustee Brazeau, I believe you're serving as timekeeper and you asked to say something about that.
So yeah, it's gonna be we're gonna have to kind of hear, again, out of respect for everyone that's here. Let's keep it to 3 minutes because then you're just being disrespectful for the next person who's limited to 3 minutes. I also want to make a couple iterations because I know there's some emotions here that are running high. And again, it's really to the board's perspective, whether people think that people are good or people are bad, frankly, it's just not germane to the concern as it relates to right. So people are gonna come and say how wonderful it is or how bad it is. It's just really not relevant. Just to be blunt, this is not a court of opinion. We're not even a court of law for that matter. I also would expect, we're a little disappointed that some folks didn't keep it professional and respectful. I'm gonna ask that everybody keep calm, keep professional, keep respectful of the folks that are here. This is a legal matter. We have legal counsel that's here that is gonna discuss ad nauseum what the legal next steps are. It's not gonna be a point of discussion with the folks that are here. It may be a discussion of a few questions that may be harbored here among the board, but it will not be an open discussion. So I just want to preface that, keep it professional, respectful. We're here to, again, not opinion, it's about following the law. So with that, we have a timer, and when the timer's up, and again, I'll just preface before we kind of nobody ever knew what time they had left, which is unfair to you guys too, right? So now everybody knows. I don't say, ah, you're done. At least you know where you stand on the timer.
Is that conclusion of your remark? Okay,
I'm ready.
So the way that we conduct public comment is people come forward by turn who are physically present here in the hall. And then once we've finished with everyone here who wishes to speak during public comment, then we turn to those who are participating remotely. Is there someone who would like to come forward and speak?
From the mic? Oh, is the microphone on? We need to double check that. We may need to flip that on.
So just a bit of instruction, when using the microphone, please speak straight into the microphone, and that's the way that it works best.
Check. You might want to do a check on that.
Hello?
Speak loud.
Yeah, all right, why don't you do that one?
Okay.
Good evening. My name is Harvey Summers. I still live at 2129 Autumn Hill Drive. I've sent a longer version of this statement to the trustees on Sunday for inclusion in tonight's board packet. Here are highlights. Carlisle Wortman issued a conditional use site plan review in 2010 for the Fruitig property. It's very clear. Page 1 reads, the proposed special event venue would be a commercial land uses, that is complementary and accessory to the primary agricultural land use. Carlisle Wardman on page 4 repeats as one of the zoning ordinance standards that must be met under section 36-224-1A, quote, a special event venue will be secondary to the primary agricultural land use. So I have to ask the members of the Board of Trustees whether any of you can confirm that the fruited property has earned more than 50% of its income from, quote, agricultural land use since the time this board became responsible for overseeing this township and therefore the fruited operations compliance with this ordinance. Further, this review, still on page 4, in section B, which discusses compatibility with the natural environment, notes Carlisle Wardman's own hesitation, quote, to claim that the proposed use will be compatible with adjacent uses of land due to the potential to create traffic and noise nuisance to existing and future neighbors. This is an end quote, that was in 2010. Have the members of this board during your tenures reviewed the compatibility of the fruited operation with existing neighbors? I ask because I understand the neighbors have repeatedly come before this board asking for action regarding the noise as well as traffic problems. Have you done enough? Page 4 of the Carlisle Wardman document also lists the ordinance 4th conditional use statement. Quote, that the proposed use will not be detrimental, hazardous, or disturbing to the existing or future neighboring uses, persons, property, or the public welfare. The document goes on to clearly say, quote, only one event is scheduled per weekend, close quote. So again, I have to ask the members of this board whether during your tenures, you have ensured that this has been followed. Now, I understand this property is up for sale again and advertised as a continued party barn location. The real question is whether Scio Township has the capability to enforce the conditional use standards, quote, that must be met, according to page 4 of the Carlisle Wardman document. The township has not shown itself capable of doing so during the past decade. Perhaps Misty Farms should be returned to agriculture. Thank you.
Thank you, Harvey.
Hey, perfect timing.
Volume.
All right.
Please, whoever's next, come on up.
I'm Jim Chaconis at 780 Steinbach, Chelsea, Michigan. I'm here to talk about the drive-throughs proposed on Zebro, the former Panera Bread. I run a commercial real estate company. I do about 65% of all the retail in Washtenaw County. What's happened now is in the city of Ann Arbor, we finally got one through, but people are kind of anti-drive-throughs. The market now, without a drive-through, we're gonna get sort of like what's in front of Myers. We got a smoke shop, we got a Supercuts, it's just not the quality. McDonald's, a friend of mine owns 20 of them. He's gonna shut all the seating inside down and just go to drive-throughs. They can't get the labor. So the only good retail that we get out there that can afford the rent in the township and bring stuff in is 90% restaurants. And a restaurant without a drive-through has it's got a slim to none chance of really making it. You can look at the one that was right on Z Road, it didn't make it. So the drive-through is necessary. City of Ann Arbor, I mean, turned down our banks. I put 6 in there. I got 1 out of 6, which I couldn't believe I got. I had 4 banks turned down where I don't think the traffic is really that much on a bank. So I don't think we need a Panda Express, a Supercuts, a smoke shop. We've got chicken, chicken places, Cane's Chicken, Chick-fil-A, stuff that would love to be here. Without a drive-through, they will not do it. So I hate to say it, but the retail now, unless you have an anchor, I run Westgate Shopping Center. I have 8 acres there. I can bring retail. Without an anchor, I cannot bring a retail. I can't bring a clothing store. I can't bring a retail. Those are gone. So, it's a great property. It's got plenty of room to stack, which won't be like the Starbucks where you're down in the lane. So I really think that the council should help push this one through.
Thank you, Jim.
next for public comment?
I'm not going to address I'm Paula Gloverson. I live right down Zeeb. And my concern with drive-throughs in this whole Jackson Zeeb area is traffic. And there was a study by the road commission. And after I was almost killed before the light went in at Myers, the road commission person said, well, we've had a study for 3 years. So when the planning commission gets all these studies, why is this post fact? And then when they know it, they say, oh, well, the road commission doesn't have enough money. I look at this whole area and to the gentleman, you look at how much somebody is charging for their square footage too. I don't know if everybody else cares to see Scio be one big auto mall and drive-throughs. I was in St. Joe's, Michigan, Taos, New Mexico, and Albuquerque, which is a bigger city. And there's a whole plan where they do these market areas, and they're taking brownfields, they're changing them into good things. I don't think we need to just say, and I don't think I'd have to get more facts, but I do think businesses can succeed without another drive-through. And I know that some people feel sustainability. I look at it as life and death. I was coming back from Dexter and somebody plowing for 3 lights through, red lights. We have a lot of traffic with, I don't know, since the pandemic, I think there's more road rage, but this has now become the most accident-prone area in all of Washtenaw. So another drive-through, just like the Panera, and I have somebody associated with that building. But so we're just dumping more and more traffic there. And I have an issue with how the whole township is planning themselves into auto mall drive-through. But that's my feeling. I'd like to see some other type of development here. Thank you.
Thank you, Paula.
Who's next? Just come on up.
How we doing? My name's Jason Sherrill. I live at 7472 Prairie Lane. I'm here in regards to the Misty Farm situation. So my wife and I have lived there for 15 years. We're just directly, maybe 250 yards away from the location. We've never really felt that we were impacted in any way. We've genuinely enjoyed it to see, people on a Saturday night get married. They're there for a few hours. I drive by it in the morning. I drive by it in the evening. I've never seen a lot of traffic coming in and out other than right when the venue happens, which is sporadic and I think fairly small anyway. I don't know how much time they're doing agriculture or how much time they're having social events, is based off revenue or if it's just based off the time and activities. I mean, it's very small amount of time that we see something happening. It's typically you see a couple's names up there, and in today's day and age, people should celebrate the positive things we have going on. I mean, everyone thinks that they should have opinion about what others do. And I believe, that people, if you're not impacting others, you should be able to, operate the way that you want to. I also was able to attend an event there once. I think it was very responsible. It was kind of like my eye into it. I thought to myself, okay, now I'm gonna see how they're actually, handling the place. And, if there's a lot of people leaving drinking, because that's something that somebody might consider. But you know what? I think they held the bar as high as I could have ever expected. And I just feel that they bring a positive to the community there. I don't feel that, I walk my dog out at night, go out in the front yard, and the noise is not very loud. It's really something that I don't see as a hindrance to our community. I see it as a positive and good thing. And, I think it should be held in high regard, and I think, it's something that sets this area apart, and I think they do a great job at it. So I'm here advocating for them, and I don't know them personally, but, my wife compelled me to come and share that, because, that's how we feel about it, and so we just appreciate you guys lending in here.
Thank you, Jason.
Pat Stein, I'm a longtime resident of Scio Township, a semi-retired activist, and I'm sure a thorn in the backside of a few members of this board. At the last board meeting, Mr. and Mrs. Prudek, owners of the Party Barns on Scio Church Road, brought many supporters to speak on their behalf. Their supporters were vendors, merchants, employees, and a couple family members whose comments may have left you feeling the warm fuzzies. But all those warm fuzzies were blown to the wind once Kelly and Ed Frudek addressed the board. The Frudek's comments left a lot to be desired. Neither of them offered to be more diligent in complying with their conditional use permits so as not to be so disruptive to the lives of their neighbors. They totally dismissed some of the neighbors' complaints by noting that those people did not even live in Scio Township. I would like to point out that those people lived across the road from the Party Barns. Their complaints were as legitimate as Scio Township, those complaints. But the issue at hand is not the character of the Frudeks, it's the fact that they continue to run a business that is not in compliance with the conditional use permit that was approved by Jack Knowles, Scio's previous supervisor, and the board at that time. Supervisor Hathaway, right here and now, you have a chance to rise above the previous board and right the wrongs inflicted on those residents and the township by the underhanded tactics used by the previous supervisor. Documented underhanded tactics that may even be illegal. Collusion by a sitting elected official may be misconstrued as malfeasance. Pardon me. You have the opportunity to guide this board into doing what is right and by just pulling Frudek's conditional use permits that have ongoing violations. You and the board have the right to do this. They are called conditional use permits for a reason, only to be used under certain conditions. Supervisor Hathaway, you and the board must take action to end the misery inflicted on any and all residents of Scio and Lodi who live in the area of the Frudek's Party Barns. No one should be subjected to endure 13 years of all-consuming, never-ending disruptions to their peaceful country living. Unsettling disruptions due to Scio's lack of enforcement on the permits approved by the previous board for use by those who refuse to follow the rules. Do what is right, pull the conditional use permits, be heroes, rise above your predecessor, and bring peace to the valley. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat.
Hello, my name is Ryan Van Bergen. I'm a 9-year business owner here in the Ann Arbor area, former Michigan alum, football player, and I had the opportunity to marry my wife at Frudek Farms. So I'll be speaking on that matter today. My wife also was an employee of Frudek Farms. Something that I think needs to be at the forefront of this discussion sounds like traffic and noise disturbance are the two things that are the biggest issues. And non-compliance. I, as a customer and now as a visitor to visit my wife who's been at the wedding venue, have never personally seen any backed up traffic. This is an event space where on Saturdays, maybe everybody arrives around the same time, 3 p.m. to 4 p.m. And it's a wedding venue. So people exit at different times as they've kind of concluded their night. So traffic wise, I don't think it's any more inconvenient than if you were to have a lane closure or something of that matter. With regards to the noise complaints, I think it's tough to look at the verbiage of what is in and what has been discussed of disturbing the neighbors. That's a very vague concept. Is it one neighbor? Is it all the neighbors? Is it a certain percentage of the neighbors? The other thing I would challenge everybody to wrap their heads around is Saturday, this music that is ongoing, begins around 8 p.m. and is strictly shut down with the security guard that the Fruities have in place at 11 p.m. I know this because I asked Ed to continue the party after 11 p.m. He said, I cannot. And I was disappointed, but I understood. So it's just something that I'd like to consider, that those are 3 hours out of 168 hours of your week. It's less than 2% of your week that is slightly inconvenienced potentially by noise if it's going in the right direction. I have a neighbor that has 4 golden retrievers. I also have a baby that was struggling to sleep. Dogs barked at 11 p.m., at 1 a.m., and at 3 a.m. My solution wasn't to get rid of the dogs. I got a noise machine, turned the volume up, found solutions that didn't inconvenience or take away the joy from somebody else. I propose that we look at finding a solution similar to that, where we don't take away the joy that this venue has provided me and other peers and other friends. So please consider that as you guys make your decision.
Good evening, everyone. A couple of things this evening for the board's attention. First off, I just wanted to let everyone know, in case you did not see the Detroit News article last Friday, the owner of ASI is pleading guilty to a 10-year felony for bid rigging and price fixing. Something to keep in mind when we're bidding out future asphalt or road-related projects in the township. I believe they were working on Merlin Way and potentially 1 or 2 other roads recently. And this may have been going on during that time frame. I believe the article talks about it in detail quite a lot, actually.
Thank you, Ryan.
The next thing, I would encourage the board to review the cost increases from the city of Ann Arbor for water and sewer rates that were passed along in May 2023 by that board. You know, as a ratepayer, I don't want my rates to go up, but I realize that for every month that we don't keep raising them, I'm just gonna pay more later on. So rather than go up what they should, then have my rates go up by more than they should later on. Thank you both Clerk Flintoff and Treasurer Palmer for responding to my email about the audit. I look forward to the meeting tomorrow afternoon at 2 o'clock for anybody that wants to attend. I'll be here and also on Zoom. Wish Mr. Lowry well in his retirement, and thank you to Manager Parker for posting his position on the website. I did see that earlier this week. I did look at the proposed claims for payment. One thing that did strike out to me that was a little bit odd on there was the cost of the emergency generator rental. I am aware that it was an emergency situation, so it was higher than usual. But to give you an idea, I don't know the exact model you rented, but for a generator to power a similar sized building to this, which I rented most of this spring and early winter, was roughly $1,700 a month plus fuel cost. So I feel like we really got the short end of the stick there, and I would encourage the board to, especially since we removed it from the agenda tonight, please bring back the generator maintenance contract, ideally in the next meeting. Welcome, Mr. McNeil, pending your approval this evening. It's great to have someone with his breadth of experience. One area that I do recommend Manager Parker, potentially you as well as Plant Brand, work with him on, just so that I didn't see on his resume, maybe he has this experience, is more on the capital planning and the financial side of affairs. He seems very well-rounded in operations, but something especially some of our previous hires have struggled with for several months his first year on the job is the department head is planning and budgeting. So something probably could help him out with. I don't have a lot of experience in that. Finally, the fruiting issue, quite frankly, it comes down to us being reactive versus proactive. This has been an issue for this board in this township, as you well know, for the last probably over 5 years. I encourage, hopefully, the interviews with the applicants for code enforcement officer have gone well. As Mark said, it's all about the facts. If there's a problem, we'll enforce it. If there's not, we don't have to. Thanks, guys.
I'm good with this.
I know you guys would like me to use a whiteboard, and I'm going to do that. Kathleen Brandt, Scio resident. I do have a presentation. This is kind of an education. Okay, I want this, sorry, I just want to get this as, the view. Now I want, slideshow. No, sorry. Thank you, I appreciate that. I just had this.
Maybe slideshow. All right. You or slideshow, yeah.
Where is it?
Or the bottom, if you go to the very, very bottom right, yeah, there's a button down there.
Thank you very much. I want to talk about facts. How do we decide if 8040 South Church Road is appropriate for an event venue? This is Mrs. Farms property. Well, it's a little complicated, but it is understandable. So let's get into it. Is it a farm? A farm, as defined in the Michigan Rights Farm Act, is land, plants, animals used in commercial production of farm products. So the answer is no, it's not a farm. Does it produce commercial farm products? And again, here's a definition. Plants, animals useful to human beings produced by agriculture. And the answer is no, it does not produce commercial farm products. Is it a farm operation? And here we have farm operation is the operation and management of the farm necessary on the farm in connection with the commercial production of farm products. Again, the answer is no. Does it qualify as agritourism? There's a definition as provided by the USDA, National Agricultural Library, the National Agriculture Law Center. Agritourism is a form of commercial enterprise that links agriculture production and or processing with tourism to attract visitors. So does it qualify? The answer is no. Is this property in compliance with all the Scio zoning ordinance at the time of the conditional use application? And I stated here, the reference to all of those violations would take up too much space in this slide. I have that available for you. The answer is no, it does not. It is not in compliance. I can provide this detailed analysis of these findings to Scio legal counsel or to any aggrieved party. Trust me, it would not look good in a court of law. I'm not a lawyer, I do my research. Are wedding venues a right afforded in?
I'll give you the extra 15 seconds just because we kind of had some startup problems.
I spent a lot of time on this presentation, said Mr. John Boyle when he was given 11.
I understand that was unfair, and if I was here, that wouldn't have happened.
I would like to finish the presentation. Are wedding venues a right afforded in the right to farm or residential zoning? The answer is no. I provide court cases on this. Just put it in perspective.
Kathleen, you have to wrap it up.
This is a map from Liberty Road, South Wagner, a piece of property that based on this conditional use, they may have an event venue. Check it out, it's close to South Michael Road. Do you, the board, want this in your front yard or backyard? Almost every trustee has comparable parcels in the vicinity of their homes.
Kathleen, you have to wrap it
Multiple
up.
large subdivisions have comparable parcels adjacent. So do you want it in your yard?
So cut to the end.
So if Scio Township doesn't change its ordinance, hundreds of residents may be impacted by event venues. And finally, governance by fear of being sued, FOBs, is not a good policy decision. Thank you. Thank you, Kathleen.
Next to speak during public comment.
I'm here to support Missy Farms in the Valley. It's a beautiful, classy location. They follow all their guidelines. It's a very structured event. Yeah, they enforce all their guidelines with all their guests that they're there to attend.
Would you like to share your name? with-
My name is Gwen Person. I'm in Illinois Township. Thank you.
Thank you, Gwen.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak during public comment here in the hall? Please come on up.
How's it going? I just came to watch actually, but I live at 2464 Streeter Road, not far from the venues. And so I really only have a couple issues with them as far as, one, how would you like to have a lane closure, as somebody described, every Saturday, okay, for 2 or 3 hours on your Saturday weekend? Most people work. So do you want to listen to music for 3 or 4 hours every Saturday and Sunday? You know, that you're not playing. You know, it's one thing if your neighbor has a party once a year. It's another thing if it's every weekend all summer. So those are the things that I have issue with. The other thing is the back barn that you guys told us was for hay when you built this fabulous, and it is nice, barn in the back, that it was just for hay. It was gonna be nothing else. And then all of a sudden, now there's windows and doors and all this other, and now it's gonna be rented out or something, I don't know what. But it was never meant to be a hay barn. No farmer is spending the money to build a post and beam barn nowadays for hay that plans on being profitable by selling hay. So, and that's all I have. So I'll make up for her time a little bit, you know, so there you go.
Would you like to share your name?
I did, I'm sorry, it's Paul Charles,
Paul Charles.
Thank you, Paul.
2464 Streeter Road.
Is there anyone else present who would like to speak during public comment?
Good evening, Dennis Streeter, 7869 Scio Church Road in Lodi Township. So a lot of other people have already spoken about the items that I was going to bring up this evening, but I would like to thank Trustee Brazo for keeping this civil and looking for facts. I think in the past, there's been a lot of opinions for and against on both sides, and it's good to get down into what are going to make the difference for you making a decision moving forward. And I'd say that a lot of that lies in past board member issues that would defer issues, not report issues. A lot of information was brought forward in these types of meetings, so you have to comb through those records, find the true full value of what's been expressed by the neighbors. And the other thing that I would say that I was going to talk about as well, I know that the Fruitigs don't believe there's a lot of neighbors who are bothered by what their venues have turned into. But in fact, when we did a survey and a petition drive several years back, when this all kind of started to percolate, there were actually 60 signatures on a petition from people that wanted to keep that true rural value in our community. Our community is a relatively small area, just a block or two that's in Scio Township that's being affected by this. And there's not that many people that are in that area. So to say that, we have a large voice, that's really not the case here. It's a relatively small area with people that have moved out there for that rural character, the peace and the quiet that existed in the past. We've been there for over 30 years. And I guess I would wrap up with just one other story that I heard brought up again that we've addressed in the past, that yes, our daughter actually had her wedding reception at the venue. It was our family's farm and dairy farm before it became a couple of iterations in between. And we're happy to see that the barns are restored in the condition that it is in. But to the extent that my daughter grew up in a rural environment. She wanted that type of environment for a wedding. We would have picked probably 24 other places that we would have rather seen that reception at. She got married in the church down from our road where we all went to. And that was a great experience. And we didn't want to deny that to her, even though we would have, again, rather have gone elsewhere in the past. So thank you very much for your time. And we look forward to hearing your opinion on this as well.
Thank you, Dennis.
Anyone else here in the hall who would like to speak during public comment?
I'm Sherry Schultz. I live on Streeter Road, probably about, I want to say a little less than half a mile as the crow flies from the barn. It's a beautiful place. I can't say anything, bad about it that way. My concerns are, I feel sorry for the people that live close by, because there's times we can hear it. I can go to bed at night and I can hear the bass at night. We used to have a big barn that was on the property across the road. I think it buffered some of that noise, but when they tore the barn down, we're able to hear it. Probably don't annoy us as bad as it does the people that live close by. As far as the conditional use permit, my understanding is that it should be farming first, the wedding barns secondary as far as income. I'm gonna guess, I don't know for sure, but I would guess between the two properties, they maybe have 30+ acres. Some of it's a little bit swampy. So you really can't plant anything on it as far as agriculture. They probably have a few donkeys, maybe some horses. Somebody does their hay for them on the property. I can't imagine they're making that much money on the agricultural part of this property as much as they would be on the wedding barn part of it. I don't know for a fact, but that's just what I'm figuring with the amount of acreage they have. We have a lot of friends that are farmers. I'm sure they would love to make the kind of money that these people are making off their property and that amount of acreage, but I'm sure they don't. So I'm just here because I feel sorry for the people close by. This is the corner of the township. There's 4 townships that meet in that corner, and I don't think any township board cares what happens in the corner of their townships. That is the least of their concern. And I just think the people that are affected the most are the ones that are close by, and I'm just here because of it. So I hope you all consider, look into it better, and hope. And I'm concerned about when they sell it, what's going to be there next. I mean, I just don't want to see it get worse. That's all for these people. Thank you.
Thank you, Sherry.
Anyone else present who would like to speak during public comment? I don't see anyone, so why don't we turn to those who are participating remotely? Oh, Jamie, are you coming up?
Well, I was hoping you'd have a microphone by now. We're having a fix, because we've been talking about this. I don't hear very well, so it's kind of unfair. I don't want to hear what everybody has to say. We talked about before that even on your website, it says about having a here and a there. There's nothing here for me, so I have a really hard time. That's why when Tim said I leave because I can't hear what you guys are saying. And so it makes it really hard for me to discuss things with you guys. But we need to talk about it for a long time ago, a couple years back.
It is.
I don't hear what you guys are saying, and I want to hear it. And I want to hear what everybody's saying.
Yeah.
I'm trying the best I can, and there's supposed to be some kind of thing like a hearing device here so I can hear them, like a headphone set or something, and I haven't had to hear it in all these years I've been coming. And like tonight would be a great night to be able to.
Have you requested
And we
accommodation?
talked about it for quite a while back.
I've never had a conversation with, I don't remember ever speaking with you about accommodating
It would just be a lot nicer if we could accommodate a little bit. I don't want to complain, I just want to be able to be involved. That's all.
Absolutely, Jamie. And I acknowledge the acoustics in this room are difficult. When it's
You know,
full.
this microphone or nothing works, but anyway, I'll just do what I gotta say here, a couple things. But And what I can't believe how hard this township's fighting to help out this event barns. I said, how come I have to follow all the rules and the Fruigs don't? Kelly calls up the township on me, I take my banners down. Kelly's putting the pressure on me right now about getting some of the things torn out. I got some old equipment, and, you know, it's my problem, but now it's gonna cost me more money to get this house down for, and then, if I go to protest or to demonstrate, I got 2 police cars show up and telling me I gotta get out of there. If I burn a couple of bales of hay, cause I want to make sure I have any rats or anything like that where I'm going my farm. I got a Scio Township Fire Department come to me, 2 police cars come to me, and a Saline Township Fire Department come there, you know. It seems like it's kind of imbalanced. We had a bunch of trucks and buses out in the middle of the road, and the cops are cool. I having a hard time with them guys, but I believe, but they're worried about my flag being a little bit towards the road. At the same time, they got buses all over the place. You know, it seems a little one-sided. And anyway, a couple of the people was complaining about the Kelly's business going. They said the Holiday Inn. I don't think the Holiday Inn is going to go out of business. I feel bad for some of the neighbors that like going to some of the parties there. I don't want to hurt them, but I mean, I don't think it's going to make that big of a difference of it being there or not being there. And I can tell you one thing about my daughter will never be married there. She's gonna be married next month. There ain't no way in hell that I have anything going across the street over there. So you don't have to worry about that. You know, some of these people saying that we want them to be there. Not no more. We try to work with them, but they don't work with us. Let me see. I went down to the valley on the 23rd anyway, and I had a good sound tester I finally got, and there was no way. They actually had a quiet venue, and it was still between 65 and 85 decibels at the road. So they're thinking of doing it on Thursday. They had on the 21st, they had a barbecue whiskey music festival going on. How can that be? You know, I gotta get up at 5 o'clock in the morning, and you're gonna have people are boozing and people are coming out on the road. There's understeering and oversteering. Not a bunch of people, but a few. They was drunk, and you guys condone that on a Thursday night. You know, I mean, so I can have. I guaranteed every weekend is messed up. And then I can have anything know what's going to happen during the week. And I guarantee it, I'll have to start making them more time. I got a better meter now, and I'm not to stand out there. And I guarantee you, there's no way that them guys are going to comply to the sound that they say they're supposed to be. And the sound, the buses, it's just too much. And I don't think, and it's funny, like even like Tim was telling me I had COVID, so I couldn't come to the last meeting, but Tim was saying that that's their guy that does their security. He's saying that I talked to him last year, and I thought he was a pretty nice guy, but I knew what he's just trying to do. He's just trying to get up. Okay, thanks, man.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak tonight?
Yeah, Ed Frudig. My wife owns the farms. I live there. But no, I think what we really try to do is really be factual. We have Tim there. I work with them. We actually take pictures with decibel readings at every spot, all our property lines. We measure, we make sure. The township allows us 65 decibels at the valley. We keep it at 50. We try to overachieve the quietness. And we do that because we have speakers that are controlled inside the barn. We try to shut doors when we can. People go in and out to the restrooms. So we really try to stay under what we're required to do on every case. 11 o'clock, absolutely sharp, music done, no question, as Ryan had talked about. We don't mess around with that. We don't mess around with the numbers. We know how many people are coming on our property. We control that. We get napkins that are ordered for wedding events, so we know the numbers. We have all this stuff documented. We have to document that we are in compliance, and we provide that documentation. Even having the fire marshal just out recently, there was concerns that we were in violation of fire codes. He came out and said, no, you've got some batteries that you got to replace. That's basically it. So we are really concerned about our neighbors. We're concerned about Jamie. We're concerned about Ann. We really want to try to keep the noise levels on our property line where it doesn't impact them. Even the police, when they're called, Jamie called the police on us. They sat at the bridge and they said we couldn't hear the noise. They came up and talked with Tim. Tim is a police officer, And they said, we couldn't even hear. We don't even know why we're getting called. They've been called because there's a bus waiting or a truck waiting to unload during the week. And they were waiting for the gates to open to bring the ice in, and called the police. So we're trying not to be a nuisance to the neighbors, but at the same time, you know, there's certain things that just happen. As a wedding venue, we got pictures of the truck that got stuck on the road. That was a GM event. It was a beautiful event. They were marketing their 2024 Silverados at the Valley. How cool is that? We had the chief engineer, General Motors there. We had executives from all over the country come. And they were marketing their 2024 Silverados, the battery electric Silverados. And yeah, there was a truck pulling out that got stuck across the road. He was a bad driver. So the police came, we called them. They made sure that everything was routed through our property. We do the best that we can. We stay on top of it. And we want to have the least impact to our neighbors. We care about them. We care about it running a good operation. And we're going to keep doing that. And we're going to keep giving you the facts of how we run it and not deviate from that. So thank you. Glad to be here tonight.
All right, my name is Kelly Frudig, and I'm just getting up because I just want to go back to why I even started the whole farm thing. So I've lived in Scio Township. My first house was 1986, went off to Superior Township, and I've been back in Scio since 99. I have a love for barns, historical buildings and structures. I love stone, love trees and nature. And that's why we bought the farm. And I've raised my 6 kids on the farm. And at one point I decided, when my daughter in 2009 got married, I was trying to think of a way that I could restore these barns and bring them back. And I thought of this business idea, and I worked in collaboration. I have a contract that I made, paid a lot of money, and worked with the township to establish this contract. And since 2010, when I started, I have actually saved 6 barns in Scio Township. And so I think there's something to be said. It takes a lot of money to do what I do. It takes a lot of money to restore these barns. You can't make the money selling cucumbers or even baling hay. I did not take any grants. I did not take any money from the government. All the money that is into those barns and into the property and into everything we've done is from hard work. I'm sure there's way easier ways to make money, and it is not doing weddings and restoring barns. And in fact, the barn that probably was taken down, it wasn't torn down, that was helping block Summer for Sound. That barn I took down and repurposed it. Everything I do has to do with repurposing and restructuring and restoration. And so everything I do is about restoration, and it's about building community. And I'm really, really proud of what I do, and I work really hard. And there aren't many people that would work as hard as I do, and as hard as I do to try to make everything right. I think we've made Scio Township more beautiful. And I think if I have these books I gave, and you can pass around if you'd like, and look at what the barns were. They sat there for 17 years deteriorating. And I had the courage and the vision, and was willing to do the hard work. And I put hundreds of thousands of dollars into these barns. When people talk about how much money I make, I don't think anyone's actually mentioned, and Kathleen Brandt has absolutely no idea. I've never even met her. She's never been to any of my farms. She has no idea how much nobody has any idea how much money it costs to do what I've done. And so I've restored a piece of history, and the community benefits from it. Thanks.
Thank you, Kelly.
Good evening, Mike. I don't know. Well, okay, I guess you have to speak really closely to this. My name is David French. I am an attorney. I represent Misty Valley and Misty Farms. It's very clear from some of the comments that there are people here who oppose the use, and we fully understand that. But we would respectfully remind all the board that it is not a vote about whether you like the activity or not. The fact of the matter is that they do have 2 conditional use permits. I've reviewed them very carefully. They're in full compliance with those permits. And most importantly, they have invested hundreds of thousands of dollars in reliance on the fact that this board approved the conditional use. That means their rights, which seems to not be of much concern to at least some members here, are vested. They have legal rights to use that property. And I can tell you that they fully intend to defend those rights, and they should. So when we're talking about fairness, we would just ask you to look carefully at the permits and what the law is. And we're very confident that there should not be a problem. I'll say one last thing. I do find it a little ironic that there's some complaints by one particular member about the noise, and then that particular individual says he can't hear the discussion here tonight. So I think that there are motives here that go beyond the basis of what the actual law is. And we rest on what the conditional use permit says and how it's been in operation and how they've utilized that. So we thank you for the time. Thank you.
And David, are you with a particular firm or where are you based?
I'm with Hall Render. It's a Troy-based firm, but I've practiced at North Canfield here in Ann Arbor for 25 years, and I live in Saline. So I'm very familiar with the area. I'm very familiar with zoning and the community here. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak this evening?
See the attorney in that number, right? Yeah, that's Rich.
Hi, my name is Kurt Osmacher. I'm a former resident, 1687 Oriole Court. Full disclosure, I'm Kelly's brother. But I just wanted to basically just talk about the concept of the labeling of it being a party barn. I must be honest, the last 5 events I've been at, the most recent one, my daughter got married there last weekend. And it was a beautiful event. But the other 5 before that were the CS Mott Children's Fund. It was a fundraiser for Arbor Hospice, and then 2 funerals. So I don't really consider all 4 of the 5 events I've been at recently, I wouldn't call them party barn events. And we're just very respectful support for the community and for our family. And I'm very thankful that Scio Township has given her the opportunity to do this, because it really has brought a lot, not just to the community, but to people in need in some cases. So I thank you for doing that.
Thank you, Kurt. And Kurt, how do you spell your last name?
It's ASSENMACHER.
Thank you, Kurt.
Hey there. Daryl DePestle. I'm a Scio Township resident and taxpayer. And I think I'm also fortunate of the most recent approval of a conditional land use in Scio Township. So I've spent up until about a year ago, 3 years prior to that, doing a lot of research on ag tourism, party barns, local ordinances, hired sound engineering consultants, hired attorneys. Know most of you very well. Mariah, we haven't seen each other in a while. Good to see you. I just have a few comments, questions tonight that I'm hoping to hear during the discussion later. One is the ordinance legitimate, right? I know your conditional land use looks very different than the one that was crafted for my particular situation. Is the business operating under that ordinance? Does Scio Township appropriately assess, monitor, and enforce the ordinance? How many times have there been calls for noise? How many times did the enforcement follow procedure? Meaning, did somebody actually show up? Did somebody show up and follow protocol? Meaning, did they have the decibel reader? And did they record that? Okay, that's important. And then we can debate, or not, you can debate. Are there violations if no one's monitoring? Okay, I think maybe the Fruitigs have a successful business. I've never been there. Maybe people love it. Maybe people enjoy working there. We've heard all this tonight. Maybe the neighbors do face a nuisance. These don't have to be all or none. There's probably something in the middle there where they have a great business and it also irritates the neighbors, right? The surrounding community. And it probably does good things and it maybe has some unintended consequences. So, you know, maybe the ordinance is poorly written. Do you ever consider that? I can tell you that 65 decibels, where did that come from? Who said that's the authority, that's the right value to be monitoring even? I can tell you it's not. I've hired sound engineering consultants, done a lot of research on that, shared that work. Somewhere there's a noise ordinance in South Township, I hope is gonna get approved someday, right, Kathy? Not to pick on anybody, but we got a lot of things that are still in the works. But hard work that somebody puts into a party barn or an egg conditional use venue, money spent investing in that, the types of events they have no bearings on the facts here tonight. If they do, then we better have another discussion about the one that was just approved in my backyard. Because if they're gonna have events that get sympathy from the township, they spend millions of dollars investing in their hard work, blood, sweat, and tears. If that's the criteria, then we're all in trouble. All right, that's all I'm gonna say.
Hey, my name's Dave Spicer. I'm a Scio Township resident. And I just wanted to say one thing to that attorney right there. That's very unprofessional, what you said about the man that has a problem with Gary. I don't think it's right, and I think you owe an apology.
Thank you. Thank you.
Is there anyone else present who would like to speak during public comment?
Absolutely. Rather than in the dark. Right? And without a golf cart. So, I'm Ann Streeter at 7869 Scio Church Road. And, I just want to, have a quick presentation tonight. My husband and everybody else has pretty much said a lot. And what I'd like to do is to hand Mariah, that's right, a letter. Thank you. And here's a copy. I'm
Thank
sorry, I
you.
didn't have.
No, that's okay. I'll make
enough
copies for the
paper.
board. Yeah.
We can make copies,
Okay.
distribute them
And
later.
I've got another one, but.
Please go ahead with your comments.
I
Oh,
paused
that's it.
until you walked back to the.
So thank you very much, and I hope you make good decisions. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ann. And just for the record, letter September 26th to the Scio Board of Trustees on behalf of Ann Streeter from John Evachek, attorney at law from Kelly and Evachek. I'll make copies. Okay, sorry.
Please proceed.
Wow. First of all, my name is Tim Hill. I spoke last time and I have a few things to say again this time. Yes, I am a police officer. So when I do my reports, I'm not fabricating anything. I'm just stating what the facts are. But there's one thing that I need to address immediately. And I don't know you. I don't know you. I don't know your husband. I don't know Jamie. Okay? I only know of you. You don't know me. All you know is that I work for the Fruited Farms and I do security. That's it. I don't.
I think it needs to be directed to the board.
Yeah, please direct your comments. to the
That's
board.
fine. That's
Thank you,
fine.
Jim.
That's fine. That's fine. I just wanted to make that public. I don't, but anyway. Something that I brought up last time, I'm gonna bring up again. And the word is integrity and credibility. That's what I brought up last time, so I want to remind you of that again. So when I do the reports, I am stating what the facts are. I can't fabricate the facts. I'm only stating what is there at the property line, what the policy is. That's what I'm stating. If that's a problem, then you need to let me know because I give it to the board. I make sure that Will gets that email and then Kelly gets that email. I don't have any reason to fabricate it. I'm only stating what the facts are, so I don't have any reason to fabricate it. With that being said, As of recently, the things that are concerning me is I was approached, I'm talking to you, not to him. I was approached by Jamie, who came across the street to my side of the property and was swearing at me, which I didn't like, but I didn't respond. And then he called the sheriff department after that, unnecessary. I'm not doing anything intentionally to him or to the streeters who lives next to him. What I have noticed over the past couple of weeks, I don't know why, but over the past couple of weeks, there's been a pattern. There's signs that go along South Church Road, no more party barns. Had Jamie standing out in front of the property on Saturday with the sign. I didn't even acknowledge him. I have nothing to say to him. I'm just doing my job. If that's a problem, as a board, you need to let me know that, because I'm giving you the facts. So if that's a problem, you need to tell me. As I've also stated in the past, please feel free to come out there for yourself. I will show you the decimal reader. I will take you along the property line. I'm only going to give you the facts. And if that's a problem, once again, you need to let me know. Again, my issue is not with them because I don't know them. That's, again, I'm not trying to have a beef with anybody, so just stop.
Is there anyone else present who would like to speak during public comment? Okay, let's move on to those who are participating remotely.
Put a timer on the. I'll set the timer, just, I don't know if you can.
Jonathan Greenberg is first, followed by Pam Boyd. Go ahead, Jonathan.
Hey, I originally wasn't going to take any time. I was just going to say hi and donate the rest of my time to Kathleen Brandt a while ago. And it was going to be over. But I got to respond. I can't listen to the dispersions being cast by this attorney, by Ed Frudig. While others are speaking, he's sitting there yucking it up with his security guy and his attorney back there. And who can even trust a police officer who's not a police officer, he's an employee who leans into being a police officer so he can say, oh, you can trust me. I'm not casting dispersions. I'm a cop. I'm sworn to be honest. I can't mislead you. I will only give you the facts because I work for this guy and I get paid by this guy. That was disgusting. The attorney making fun of somebody else's hearing issue. Disgusting. Ed Frudig getting up there and casting dispersions on the streeters and his neighbors. Disgusting. People, really, you want sympathy from the township of Scio? I just hope, I really hope the township board does its job, looks at the law, looks at the conditional use, and rules appropriately. This has to stop. This was never the intention. And they've gotten away with it for so long because of connections to people like Jack Knowles and Bryce Kelly and all the other folks who are behind people like Will Hathaway. So you guys got to do the right thing and overcome that piece of crap sitting there in front of you. These people make me sick. It wasn't 3 minutes.
Who's next?
Pam Boyd. Go ahead, Pam.
Thank you, Christy. Pam Boyd, an informed Scio resident. Thank you, Dave Spicer. And Mr. French, I have a hearing problem, but it's amazing I can hear the low tones of a military helicopter sooner than my husband with good hearing. Scio Township church party barns, I blame Scio Township for these problems. One, it looks like Scio Township chose to minimize residents' concerns over the course of the last dozen or so years pertaining to the Scio Church party barns. There seems to have been a lot of sweeping resident complaints under the rug for a disgustingly long time. Two, it looks like previous Scio government created a party barn language with holes in its setup big enough for an ass to jump through, leaving resident complaints with little to no leverage. Three, It looks like Scio Township protects businesses more than its residents. 4, I'd like to see each of you live at the Streeter House for a summer and then see how you feel. 5, finally, after more than 2 years of Scio Church residents coming to these township meetings with complaints, why didn't Supervisor Hathaway offer the decibel reader to the folks on Scio Church like he did to the folks in the neighborhood by the brick manufacturer at the last bot meeting? And why does the sheriff department not come out with their decibel reader? And finally, where is the noise ordinance requested by residents over 2 years ago? Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Pam.
Next up is David Reed. Go ahead, David.
Yes. David Reed, Scio Township. I was a member of the Planning Commission and the Board of Trustees, which approved both of these conditional use permits. I have to say that I feel that we, or at least I, was misled, which is a nice way of saying we were lied to. Kelly, Ed, I see you're in the audience. There's no question that you, I think led by Kelly, have restored the barns. They're beautiful. I've been in your house. Your house is beautiful. The property is beautiful. There's absolutely no question that restoring those barns was a great thing to do. But I think the conditional use permits were awarded under false pretense. Because all due respect to Mr. French, is it? He says they're in full compliance with the conditional use. Well, I think one of the first statements on both conditional use permits says that this usage is secondary to the agricultural usage. And I'm sorry, I don't see much agricultural use. There may be a couple of horses, there may be a couple of cows or chickens. That is a petting zoo. It's not a farm, and I don't believe you're raising any kind of products for human consumption, as Kathleen Brandt said. My whole speech basically was taken away by Harvey and Kathleen, so you saved a lot of time there. However, there is one point that nobody has brought up regarding, and this is actually in the Valley conditional use permit. Item 2 under the conditional use standards has a sentence that says, this is Carlisle Wortman talking, while we are hesitant to claim that the proposed use will be compatible with the adjacent land uses due to the potential to create traffic and noise nuisance to existing and future neighbors, period. They don't finish that sentence. I don't know what they were going to say, but they do go on to say that the applicant has a list of signatures from neighbors who are supportive of this project, but that list was not included with the application. So we don't even know if it exists. But think about what that means. Carlisle Wortman, Mr. Luan and Ms. Krebs, who signed this document, are saying that it's okay for people to violate township ordinances just because your neighbors say it's okay. So I would say that that's not right. We don't need that type of planning advice anymore. So in addition to revoking these two conditional use permits that I believe were issued under false pretenses, it's time to get new partners. The misstatements and information that was included in those conditional use permits, I think, warrant enough that they should be revoked. Thank you.
Thank you, David.
Thank you, David.
Anyone else wants to speak at public comment? Raise your hand, please. See no other hands raised.
In that case, let's move on to approval of minutes. We have one set of minutes. These are from the regular meeting of September 12th. One thing I'd like to point out, there's a misspelling of Frutig.
I'm sorry.
Consistently though, so presumably you can just sort of do a autocorrect.
Apologies.
That the first misspelling is on the page 1, and then it sort of continues. Then page 3, there's a note from whoever transcribed saying Hathaway acknowledged receiving Mr. Markhart's written comments. I would just like to add copies were distributed to the board members at the meeting. And on
That's fine.
page 6. There's, at the end of the first bullet point under supervisor's report,
Sure.
there's a end of that sentence, or that the repaving of Dino Drive not be paid for by the DDA. I don't recall saying that. So what I would suggest is just putting a period after repaving and deleting the rest of that.
So I think the concept was that the share, I think your report at the time was that the property owners on Dino Drive be assessed for a portion, I think presumably half, not the other half.
Well, yeah, if whatever it was that I said, it wasn't this, so this changes the meaning, but if I added something like, the DDA would pay the other half, or in addition to the DDA's portion, but that's different than, or that the repaving of Dino Drive not be paid for by the DDA, I don't recall saying that. And then, in the next bullet point, I think there's a redundancy, if we could just remove after from LASA and the first closed paren there.
Sure.
And then, let's see. And anyone else who has corrections, just jump in if I'm skipping over you. On page 10, at the top, township engineer boss only has one S. And I believe that's all of the corrections that I had. Are there any other corrections to the minutes? Seeing none, is someone prepared to move the minutes as corrected?
So moved.
Moved by Riser, support by Noel. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Minutes are approved as corrected. That brings us to the consent agenda. Is someone prepared to move the consent agenda as modified?
So moved.
Moved by Riser, support by Brazeau. We'll need a roll call because of the payment of bills.
Okay, for our rules, we're starting tonight with Carrie. Carrie?
Yes.
Noel?
Yes.
Riser?
Yes.
Hathaway?
Yes.
Palmer?
Yes.
Flintoff? Yes. Brazeau?
Yes.
Consent agenda adopted 7-0.
Okay, that brings us to reports. And before we begin with the township attorney's report, I did want to mention when I spoke with Melissa, who who was going to make the report on the Wild Fry Farm Historic District. She wanted me to convey that those board members who might have had questions for her this evening, she welcomes contact either by phone or by email to respond to those. But she is looking forward to giving the report in October. With that, I would like to turn to item H.
And Will, could I just suggest, if it's possible, if it works for Joyce and you and Melissa, to have the presentation at the same time that we're looking at the final plan?
That is the intent.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
When in October?
We're aiming for the first meeting in October, and the hope is that we'll have the presentation and an action item for the board at the same meeting.
Is that the Tuesday meeting we have because of Indigenous People Day? Question mark?
Tuesday, the 10th.
It's a regular second Tuesday.
Yeah. I'm an idiot.
No, you're not.
I'm thinking of city council in another city.
Keep juggling a lot.
What?
No, I'm thinking of a different jurisdiction.
All right. So with that, I would like to turn it over to our township attorney, Mariah Fink.
Are you okay with me presenting from here?
Yeah, that's,
Sure. Okay.
I think.
Okay, I wasn't sure if you wanted me to, I'm used to standing behind a podium, so. I just want to introduce myself to the crowd. If you don't know me and you've seen my sort of odd name tag, my name is Mariah Fink. I'm with Fink and Fink. We are the Scio Township attorneys. You may have seen me a few times here. I have been tasked to provide information to the Board of Trustees about Misty Farms and Misty Valley. This report was triggered in part by the listing of Misty Farm by sale. So in 2010, the owner of the property applied for a conditional use permit. The property is in ag zoning district, and at the time they applied for the conditional use permit, the A1 zoning district had an option for a conditional use permit for, quote, commercial land uses that were complementary and accessory to the primary agricultural land use, subject to all provisions of this ordinance. You all should have a copy of that in your packet. Anyone who's following along, you have a copy of that in your packet. The conditional use permit, I do want to clarify one thing. Carlisle Wortman writes review reports. Carlisle Wortman does not issue permits. So there were review reports written by Carlisle Wortman with different statements. Those reports first go to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission reviews the conditional use permit and then makes a recommendation to the Township Board. The first conditional use permit, which was for the farm, was granted in December 2010. It states that permission is granted to permit the use of the premises for a commercial land use that is complementary and accessory to the primary agricultural land use, which is what the zoning ordinance at the time stated. The ordinance at the time did not require the applicant to prove an agricultural use. It also didn't require that the applicant show agricultural income. In conversations leading up to the approval of the conditional use permit, the applicant stated that the property was being farmed and that the applicant had some farm animals on the property. There is no ongoing obligation that the applicant prove that the property is being used for agriculture. The property appears substantially the same as it did at the time that the conditional use was approved. There's a horse pasture, perennial gardens, which actually had been mentioned in the application also, and a portion of that property is also a wetland. So at the time that this conditional use was considered, and at the time that this section of the ordinance was enacted, one of the purposes of this type of conditional use was the preservation of open space. The income from the conditional use can allow property to be maintained as open space. And in this case, it has afforded a means to restore historic buildings on the property, which also was one of the stated items under the township's master plan. So at the time, the township's master plan designated this particular site as both open space / agricultural, rural, residential, and recreation conservation. The open space, agricultural, rural, residential encompasses the eastern portion of the subject property. The intent of the district was to protect existing agricultural land uses, maintain a rural character, minimize population density, and preserve open spaces.
And where are you reading from there, Mariah?
I am reading from this section of the master plan that is in the Carlisle Wortman review. Preserving open space, agricultural lands, and historic buildings are goals that the township has worked toward using other means as well, such as land preservation and the Buy, Protect, Sell program, and these goals match those of the master plan for this area at the time. The Planning Commission recommended approval and the Board of Trustees approved. The conditions of the conditional use permit, you each have a copy of the conditional use permit. I doubt that you need me to read those to you. There are conditions about the parking lot surface being waived. No tent shall be left within the property setback for more than 4 days. Landscaping requirements are waived. You can take a look at that yourself. Probably the thing that people talk about the most, amplified sound or music in connection needs to be in the barn and shall cease and terminate by 11 p.m. So the point of kind of looking at the conditions in the conditional use permit is, it is a conversation. At the time that a conditional use permit is approved, The planning commission makes recommendations about conditions. They bring that to the board of trustees. The board then decides the conditions. The board has a lot of leeway about the conditions that they put into one of these conditional use permits. And as you can see, there were very few conditions. So the conditional use permit on the farm does not contain any requirement that the permit holder submit records of income from either the conditional use or any other source of income from the property, including the agricultural use. The conditional use permit does require that the owner operator lives on site. The farm has been listed for sale. When it sells, if the new owner wishes to continue the current use, they will have to comply with a conditional use permit, including living on site. So the new owner cannot purchase this property just as an event venue. They have to live there. The property has to stay substantially the same, and they can continue the conditional use permit as it currently is written. There is no provision that would allow the township to amend that conditional use permit without the approval or consent of the owner, either the current owner before the property sells or a new owner. A conditional use permit is a vested property right that runs with the land. So there's a statement, there are a couple of different statements swirling around. One is that when the property sells, that conditional use permit automatically goes away, and that just isn't true. It even says in the conditional use permit, this conditional use runs with the land. So that means it's a vested property interest that goes to the next owner. Of course, the next owner, as I already said, has to follow the conditions of the use permit. As far as the valley goes, in 2013, the same applicant requested another conditional use permit for a second property. At that time, there was no residence on the property, and a new ordinance had been adopted by Scio Township that more explicitly stated an agritourism conditional use. The conditional use was requested and granted under section 36-149C8, which you also have in your packet, which states that other commercial/tourism business that are complementary and accessory to the primary agricultural land use of the subject property, including but not limited to small-scale entertainment, music, concert, car show, art fair, organized meeting space, for example, for use by weddings, birthday parties, and corporate events, or designated permanent parking for more than 20 vehicles. There's no requirement in the ordinance under this section that the permit holder proves agricultural income. That requirement is contained in 36-149C1 and C7, but not C8. There is no requirement in the conditional use permit that the permit holder prove agricultural income. That the section under which the valley was approved is really similar to the prior language under which the farm permit was granted in 2010. It just sort of clarified what that type of business is and clearly says that use for weddings, birthday parties, and corporate events would be something that could be allowed under a conditional use. The initial approval for the valley included completing some Carlisle-Wortman items. It does appear that those all have been completed. The valley conditional use permit was amended in 2019 to add numerous conditions. We also have a copy of that conditional use permit. The conditional use permit specifically states that the owner operator must live either on the property of the valley, at the Misty Farm, or on an adjacent property. There is now, on information and belief, there is now a residence. I talked to the assessor. There is a residence at the valley, so it is possible for the conditional use permit for the valley to be owned and operated by someone who does not own and operate the farm. Why is this relevant? Because the farm is for sale. So it's possible that the farm could sell, that owner operator could live there and run the farm, and either the Fruitigs or some other owner could live at the valley and run the valley. If the ownership of the valley changes, the new owner is required to meet with the township to review the terms of the conditional use permit. This is not the same as the township conducting a review of the conditional use permit. This is not the township saying, hey, we want to review this and amend it. It's merely the new owner coming in for the township to ensure that the new owner has all the information of the conditions to ensure compliance. So again, with the Valley, the use of the Valley property is substantially the same as it was when the conditional use was approved, including some crops that are being grown on that property. Again, there was no, when this conditional use was approved, the Valley conditional use was approved. I mean, you can see a dramatic difference in a few years, right? Between 2010 and 2019, when the pavilion was approved and there were more strict conditions. But the township did not put a condition that the owner had to prove agricultural income or agricultural use. It's presumed that if it was being used, when the conditional use permit was granted initially, and the township found that this would be a secondary use, if the property is being used substantially the same way, it's presumed that it's still being used that way. And I'm not sure how else to put that, if anybody has questions about it.
I don't really understand that.
Well, if at the time that the conditional use permit was approved, the township looked at the way the property was being used and said, this use will be secondary to the primary use, which in the Carlisle-Wortman notes said residential ag, right? They had animals, they had crops, they had perennial gardens. They still have animals, they have crops, they have perennial gardens. There isn't really a way for the township now to say that's not good enough. Does that make sense? Yeah. Okay. So, I probably sound like a broken record, and I hope this presentation has been as boring as I promised. The time to put conditions on a conditional use permit is at the time that it's granted. So there really isn't a way. This is a vested property right that the fruitics have been granted by the township. And certainly the township can negotiate with them if they're willing to make changes to the conditional use permit, but the township doesn't have a way to impose new conditions on that permit. There are a couple of other items that I just wanted to touch on because the topics have sort of been swirling. One is the Right to Farm Act. The Right to Farm Act is intended as protection for people who are involved in agricultural activities or farming in response to nuisance claims. So it isn't something that imposes restrictions on someone. It's if I have, well, Jim's been talking a lot about a piggery lately. If I have a piggery at my property and you don't like it because of the smell and the noise the pigs make when they get excited when I bring them food, and you say it's a nuisance and the township says we want to shut you down, I use the Right to Farm Act to say, as long as I'm following these GAMPs, I have the right to have my piggery. So that's how the Right to Farm Act is or isn't relevant. The Nixon case, a lot of people want to talk about the Nixon case, Nixon v. Webster Township. In fact, it's listed in this letter from Mr. Ivanchek. Webster Township doesn't have language in their ordinance that would allow a wedding venue. And we do. And we have language that allows a wedding venue with a conditional use permit, and a conditional use permit has been granted. So the Nixon case really isn't applicable. The Webster Township v. Waits case, kind of the same. That one was where it's not applicable. I don't need to explain that one. It doesn't apply here. So just to kind of sum up, and obviously I'll take questions from the board, as was stated earlier. I'm not answering questions from the public tonight. The conditional use was considered by the Planning Commission. There was a lot of discussion. I've looked through the minutes, a lot of back and forth about it. It was considered and it was recommended and it was approved by the town. Both were approved by the Township Board with conditions under the ordinance at the time. there are two avenues for enforcement. There's an avenue for citations, for violations that, usually a citation, either it's remedied right away or a citation ends up in the district court. And there is an avenue for enforcement on the conditional use permit itself, which says that the township board can schedule a public hearing. It's essentially what we call a show cause hearing. It's part of the due process when you are contemplating taking away the vested right that someone has. So a public hearing where the violations would be stated and shown, and the conditional use permit holder would have the ability to come and show cause why those are not violations and why the conditional use permit should not be revoked. Questions?
Yeah, I have several.
Trustee Brazil.
Thank you, sorry about that, thank you. I think we just gotta go.
Why don't we do that? That's a good idea.
So, begs a bunch of questions. So, one is, I'm assuming that they probably, if you had a public hearing, they probably have a cure period. Is that a fair thing to say? So you had X amount of violations. They have a certain, they agree that those have been imposed. Is there a cure period that they have or not a cure period?
There's not a yes or no answer to that question. I mean, at the public hearing, the township board could agree to have a cure period.
Got it. So to be blunt, I think that what's happened here is just the Scio Township, and I'll make this very clear, I think we've just done a poor job of violation enforcement, period. Whether it be Misty Farms or any other violation for that matter, I think we've been lax, and that is being addressed proactively by Joyce Parker, who's hiring an ordinance enforcement agent. Is there a number of violations where you say you bring this to the board? Is there, hey, when you have more than, is there X number of violations? How does that work? How do you just say, hey, you've reached a level to where we need to reconsider this? Because it sounds like there is a path, and it sounds like it's a path of legal remedy where you could revoke a permit, but there has to be a set number of documented violations. Well, I don't want to put words in your mouth. I mean, that's probably more of a question than it is a statement. Is that, do I understand that correctly?
There's not a magic number of violations.
More than one? More than five? I mean. Well,
I mean, it's entirely up to the township board. That's a question that A, is not super easy to answer, and B, is maybe not something that we need to discuss tonight.
All right, last question would be, let's say the Frutig sell this property to a developer who doesn't want to necessarily use it as a barn, but wants to develop the property and put, I don't know, huge development in there. Is that an option?
Sure. I mean, there's no conservation easement or anything on the property yeah.
Okay, there's, part of that permit was, free space on the land. So I didn't know if there was some kind of condition that says, hey, no matter what happens, we have to keep this free space.
No.
So, and would that fall under the act of there has to be 1 acre per house, or could it be, they could do, higher density housing?
I don't know the specifics on the zoning, so.
Okay. I'm just trying to understand that. Got it, I'm good.
Trustee Noel?
Okay, are we gonna have an opportunity for discussion?
Why don't we go around with
Just
questions and
now
then if the
discussion
board
later.
would like to have discussion between board members, we can do that too.
Okay, because I would like to have discussion, because I was present on the board when the approval for the pavilion went through. I voted against it. And historically, I can provide some perspective from 2019.
Do you want to skip questions?
No,
Oh,
no.
okay.
So let me go. Actually, Mariah and I spoke earlier today about some of what Mark just asked her regarding what's the threshold for triggering a review of the township board? Is it one
Are you
violation?
talking about the public hearing?
Yes,
Yes, you know, I am not trying to be evasive, but I
don't
think
have
that that is a topic that is not necessary to discuss
That's fine.
tonight.
That's fine. I just want to say, I had those concerns and questions too, and at some point, we
Yeah,
should talk about
that,
it.
that might be in a memo.
That's fine. That's perfectly fine. So one of the questions I had was, I understood everything you said regarding the agricultural land use issues. But it's puzzling to me that the language that's used in the first paragraph of the conditional use permits speaks to commercial land use that is complementary and accessory to the primary agriculture land use. So I think that gives residents the impression that there's a relationship between them, and I think it's confusing.
I think, you know, the way I'm looking at that is if you drove by that property in 2010 and you drove by that property today, would you notice a completely different use? You know, we talked about this the other day. I gave kind of a goofy example, but there's no Ferris wheel in the front yard, right? There's no amphitheater where the property, when the conditional use permit, and I'm not advocating one way or the other, I want to be clear about that. Like I am just giving you the legal aspect of it. When the conditional use permit was granted, the planning commission and the board presumably looked at the property and said, this use will be complementary to the other things that are happening on this property. Those other things are still happening on this property. So how could you say now that that is no longer a complementary use?
I understand, I hear you. I'm just saying it's confusing to residents to see this language in the first paragraph that speaks clearly to primary agriculture land use. I mean, complementary and accessory to the primary agriculture land use. So I understand their confusion. I hear what you're saying.
I have one more question before we pass around.
Sure.
So one of the, you know, I do contracts all day long, right? And one thing that baffles me about this conditional use permit, there is no, if you do this, and maybe it's because it's just poorly written, and maybe that's what conditional use permits are like, but I didn't see anything that says, you know, you will live up to these certain terms and conditions. If you don't live up to these certain terms and conditions, here's what you need, here's the ramifications of that. And it will give you X amount of time to fix those ramifications. Again, that's why I went back to the period. Now if that fails, then there's more punishment and there's no force majeure. There's no other standard things that I would expect to see, I guess, in a contract that's countersigned by both, you know, the owner and the resident. And maybe I'm over complicating that matter, but it seems to me when you don't have those things, this is kind of where we wind up, right? In this mess that we're in, right? There's no clear delineation of here's your responsibility. If you don't live up to your responsibility, here's the punishment, so to speak, or here's the, you know, the cure that needs to happen. Is that typical of a special use permit, or am I just?
A violation of a conditional use permit is a violation of the zoning ordinance. And there is a provision in the zoning ordinance that talks about violations and how those are handled.
Okay. Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Mark, on page 2, it has language about what happens if there's a violation.
It talks about the violations, but it just says, yeah, I have a violation, but there's no like, how many, after so many violations, when is there, you know, is it after 3 noise violations over X amount of time, then this happens?
Is he an engineer?
I don't know, we're in search of a threshold.
Well, I just tried to find a metric, because if you don't, it's just all loose, right?
Let's continue with the questions there. Trustee Newell, all right, Clerk Flintoff.
I just had a very basic question. how does, I don't understand how conditional use permit 2150 relates to the first and the third. I understand the first and the third. I don't, what is the function of 2150, the second?
Well, you know, I'm not 100% sure either, but it looked to me as I was going through the minutes and the notes, it looked to me like this was sort of like a preliminary approval for the Valley, as long as certain things were done, including combining some property so that it met the total acreage.
Okay, so let me just slow this down a little. It's a lot of information, Mariah. It's really helpful, but I just want to make sure I'm understanding this. I mean, I've always known CUP 2144 is for Misty Farm. That is clear. And that parcel is listed. 2150 I see. So it's still listed at 8040 Scio Church special event because it was the preliminary for what would become Misty Valley.
Yes, that's the way I'm reading it. So,
Okay.
so this last one, when the pavilion was built, has all, there was renegotiation at that
Right.
point.
And
You were part of that, maybe,
Yeah.
at least you're.
Yeah, I wasn't on the board, but I took the minutes at that meeting.
Yeah, so at that point, with that renegotiation, I mean, that's kind of what we were talking about earlier, like there is a way to amend a conditional use permit. It's right here in front of you, right? This is an amendment. When they got the pavilion, they also agreed to some other.
Sure. So
conditions.
Mariah so now in the third conditional use permit, that parcel 400,018, that is the final parcel after
Yes,
all was combined.
yes.
Okay. So and which parcel is being sold?
The farm is being sold, so that's the very first one. That is the one from 2010, 2144.
Okay. And so condition 4, I have 2 questions about that.
On
and
which
that-
one?
The first one, it shows up in multiple, but the conditional land use approval and associated conditions run with the land. So as long as the land remains in its current parcel size and configuration. What does that mean, current parcel size and configuration?
That means no adding extra, the way I
Sure,
read it from
sure.
what the minutes said, no adding extra homes on the property and also not selling any portion of the property. So that's what I was saying earlier, it's gonna be substantially the same.
Couldn't do a land
No
division.
property splits?
No property splits.
Okay, no property
Has
split.
to remain in its current parcel size.
Presumably that would also mean you couldn't add to the parcel.
That's what it says, size and configuration.
Yeah, I mean, I
I think it's meant to be a land division.
yes, can't get any smaller.
Okay, and then owner/operators, what does that mean?
So it's intended to be owner operator, so not
Sure.
owner or operator.
Right.
Yeah,
Owner/operator, so what does it mean to be, what qualifies as an owner, is it 51%? And what qualifies as an operator? And could it be an LLC or just any entity that could own, or, I know we talked about this in 2019, in 2018.
well, you might know more about it than I do. then.
No, I
mean,
just remember I remember the question
Yeah.
about, and it kind of, comes up for me again about the potential and some of the concerns we heard about, or just kind of questions, uncertainty about the sale is, who could buy it? Who qualifies as an owner operator? I mean, will it always be, nice family running it? Will it be a, giant corporation?
Well, whoever is the owner/operator has to live on site. So it can't be, you can't own it and I live there and run it. That's what the intention is. So it's not a remote, it can't be, you can't be a remote owner. You have to be there. It has to be your, I wouldn't say it has to be your homestead because it
Doesn't
doesn't
have to
say
be a
that.
yeah.
But no, it has to be your residence. You have to live there.
Okay. Okay, I'll pass for now.
Okay.
Learn.
Trustee Riser?
To the extent that the proofs might not be sufficient, would there be private causes of action that those aggrieved by this could bring, like public nuisance? Are there civil remedies short of municipal actions that could be taken by people?
I'm not gonna answer that question.
Oh, okay, no, all right, well, because,
Yeah.
all right.
I think that if someone thinks they have a civil remedy, they should hire an attorney.
Okay.
Yeah,
And figure that out.
not ask the township attorney.
I'm not asking you whether there, are there state laws that address that? I guess.
I'm not gonna give legal
Okay.
advice.
Okay,
Yeah, sorry. Hey, sorry, I thought I wanted to do that.
Man, you think this guy wasn't an attorney.
no. Okay, all right, that, and if you don't want to answer this one, that's okay too. So the interaction of Scio's zoning or Scio's kind of Article 16, we have a noise prohibition that doesn't have a decibel level set forth. And then we have kind of a nuisance, general nuisance. The relationship between the conditional use permit and Scio's kind of a nuisance and noise ordinances. Is there anything you would want to comment on that? Or no?
Well, I would say that complaints go to the prosecutor. And the prosecutor determines if there's enough to
Sustain the
move
burden.
forward.
I don't have any other questions for you not to answer.
Thank you.
Trustee Carey?
Thank you. So the complaints would go to the prosecutor, but who's the person or entity that files the complaint with the prosecutor?
I mean, the prosecutor is Conrad Siller, he's the prosecutor.
Another member of
On our bed.
Yeah, I was thinking county prosecutor, like it gets to them, okay.
On behalf of the
So
township.
that would be, okay. So as a previous farmer, I have mentioned this many times, in the early 90s, I had a farm. I've slaughtered chickens, I've canned, I have sold products. I know how hard it is to have a farm. You don't make a lot of money. Somebody's got to be working in order to support the farm. So when there's also, the Heron and winery that was approved recently, the conditional land use. So I was vocal and growing grapes. I know how hard it is. I have grapes in my backyard right now. Lots of them have failed. So when I think of agricultural land use, I think of actual farming. So under Natural Resources and Environmental Protection Act 451 of 1994, there is a definition of agricultural use. Means the production of plants and animals useful to humans, dairy, crops, flowers, and whatnot, including federal acreage set aside program or reserve program. Agricultural use does not include the management harvesting of woodlots. So in the ordinance and the conditional land use, it says primary agricultural land use. There is a legal definition of agricultural land use. Primary means number one. Secondary means number two. So I understand that the primary land use hasn't changed, but it's agricultural land use number one.
At the time that the conditional use permits were approved, the board, by approving them, said, we recognize that the primary use of this property is agricultural and this will be complementary.
Okay, so 150, 200, 300, 400 guests. becomes primary to a plot of flowers.
Well, you know, I'm not gonna argue with you about it, but I would pose this question. If the conditional use has a limited number of days of the year that it can be enacted, so X number of events per year, what is the use of the property every other day of the year?
I understand, okay, and no, I'm not arguing with you, I'm trying to wrap my brain around this because,
I mean, I
you know,
think-
as a farmer,
I think-
knowing how,
I
you
think
know,
that's the question that, I'm assuming that's the question that the board asked themselves at the time. And so, yes, sometimes you have 250 people at a wedding. But you also have all these other days of the year when it is someone feeding their horses and negotiating with the farmer for when his crops are coming off and maintaining your perennial beds. Does that help?
okay. So, there have been many complaints for a long time, and going back into the file, back in even to 2010, and the township has failed. Because I can't believe that people aren't gonna complain if there's not an issue, and especially many, it's not just one or two voices, there's a lot of them. So we have, as a township, has failed, and our residents, and it may not be that we shut them down, or that's the intention, but it is our intention to take care of everybody. So we need to take care of this issue and make it fair and equitable for everybody that lives in the township, and even out, you know, the borders. There's one woman that sold her house because of all the issues. So we need to do something, if it's coming back to and having a conversation, and I think you have. I don't know, is it your turn?
I'm asking if you're done.
Well,
I do not want to
Yes.
bypass you at all.
Let's wait until Trustee Carey is done with her questions.
No, that's,
Are you finished?
yeah, so, yeah, for now.
Would you like to ask another question, Trustee Brazel?
Well, actually, what I'd like to propose is here's what I'm hearing.
Well, wait, before we move on from questions, I have a question. So then we are gonna have some discussion, I believe.
Yeah, okay.
So if you would like to.
I have no more questions for things, but I'd like to propose something to the.
Well, let's wait for the discussion. I wanna ask a couple of quick questions.
Please do.
So,
No.
I didn't, I waited. So couple things that have been said actually raised questions in my mind. One of them is something that we've talked about, and that is this question of the boundary line of Scio Township and Lodi being right there. What implications does that have in terms of Scio Township's enforcement of its ordinances along that boundary? Does it have any?
I'd be happy to talk to you about that at another time.
Okay, so that's another not good question for the moment. So the other question I have, and this is something I've been pondering, is this question of agricultural use. And I'm wondering if we're thinking about this in the way that the conditional use permits and the zoning mean us to, because we seem to be talking a lot about sort of how actively farmed is it in order to qualify as meeting this standard of agricultural use. And I served a while in the planning commission, and I don't remember us ever thinking about how actively something was being done on an agricultural property as sort of a standard for whether it was in compliance with the zoning. If it's a farm and it's existing as a farm or as an agricultural use, no matter whether it's actually just going to weeds, it's still viewed as being in compliance, isn't it? With the zoning, in terms of being an agricultural use.
Yeah, yes, I mean, I think we are getting a little narrow on that, and you know, there are a couple of different places in the zoning ordinance and in the master plan that you can look to kind of see what the intention is. So in the agricultural, commercial, tourism, business ordinance, it talks about the intent promote and maintain local farming, okay, and the provision of open space. Maintain an agricultural heritage and rural character, and encourage new agriculturally based businesses. So the intention isn't specifically, to your point, the intention isn't specifically what is the intensity of farming, right? There's a lot of other stuff that went into that. And reading through the minutes of the discussions, that was a lot of what was discussed. Like, what are we, one of the things we're trying to achieve is keeping these properties, not necessarily specific this, but keeping these open properties open, keeping them looking the way they have been looking, maintaining the rural character, in maintaining the history of the property in some sense by rehabbing a structure. Those were things that the planning commission thought were important when they were looking at this. So yes, I think your point is good to narrow it to just what is the intensity of a specific ag activity. It isn't really the point.
Okay, thank you. Now, trustee Brazeau, you would wish to speak, and I know trustee Noel also has some comments for discussion.
Do you have a question? I do.
Oh, you have another question. Sorry, please go ahead. I thought we were moving on.
So just to make sure I understand, so the first conditional use, 2144, I understand it runs with the land as long as the land remains. So this was approved under, at the time that we didn't, let me make sure I'm saying this correctly. This was approved under a prior version of our ordinance.
Yeah, so you should have that. It was section 3674.
Right, okay, so 3674. So a question about CUPs that are granted under obsolete ordinances, otherwise obsolete ordinances. So I just want to confirm that CUP, it's granted under an old ordinance, even if the ordinance has been updated, that CUP and that 2010 ordinance is what stands.
Correct. Yes,
Okay.
and also the ordinance isn't, I wouldn't say that it's obsolete. This language about commercial land uses that are complementary and accessory to the primary agricultural land use is substantially the same as what ended up in
Subsection 8. Yeah, I see that.
Yeah.
Okay, and then the last question I have, and I know it's not the one that's for sale, but I thought it was kind of strange, and I don't know if there's anything else to say about it, but the last conditional use permit number 13, the owners of Misty Valley must reside on site or adjacent to Misty Valley property or Misty Farm property.
Yes. So if you're asking specifically about these owners, Joyce and I did have a conversation with them, and they did say that they're intending to reside on the Valley property.
So the Valley property owners will reside on Valley property, and if the Misty Farm property owners change over,
The Misty Farm property owners have to live on the Misty Farm property if they're going to continue the conditional use.
okay.
Yeah, it's not very elegantly written, but what this paragraph says is that, it was intended to have that same idea, that owner operator.
Right.
But because the owner operator was here, they were granted the right to run the valley, one parcel apart, basically.
Right.
But you can't move to New York and run the valley.
Right.
Does that make sense?
No, it does make sense. Okay, thank you.
You couldn't even move to Saline.
You can't move to Saline.
I had one more question. Oh, you may hand up first.
Okay.
Oh my goodness.
Will I go?
I didn't see who had their hand up first, but please, go ahead.
Okay, regarding the conditional land use for the farm, Misty Farm. Okay, So just to get a, you said that it runs with the land,
Correct.
and I think that's in statute.
Yes, and in the conditional land
Okay,
use.
so let's say the new owners purchase, but they don't wanna do a wedding event or whatever. Does that conditional land use disappear because they don't use it, or do they have to come in and say, we don't want this, could we rescind it?
Yes, they'd have to
That's-
rescind it. It just would be dormant otherwise.
Just
Yeah.
dormant, okay,
Yeah,
so
there's
then
no,
somebody.
there's no requirement that they continue to
To
use it in order to have the right to use it or sell it with the use.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee No.
Yeah, so in 2019, for Misty Valley Pavilion, conditional use number 12, all the events shall be supervised by a venue coordinator. Venue coordinator shall be on site at all times an event is in progress. Contact information for the venue coordinator shall be supplied to the township manager. Has this been going on? Do you know?
Well, it's my understanding, and maybe I'm wrong about that Mr. Hill is the venue coordinator. He's on site and we have his contact information. Yes, he's saying that that's correct.
Okay, because I thought it was it says shall be supplied to the township manager. Have you gotten any of the information, Joyce?
No, I do not have it, but probably one of the previous managers received the information. But I can follow up on that.
We've had some gaps with
Yeah.
township
Yeah,
managers.
I know. I know.
And Will, you've been receiving emails, reports?
For a while, I was receiving them very steadily. Now I receive them sort of in aggregate, but they're available whenever we ask.
Would that go to Joyce? Is that what the, or is it supposed to go to the supervisor or the board?
Well, I think it started going to the supervisor because there was no township manager for a while. And we can certainly redirect it or have it copied, all the communications copied to the township manager now that we have a township manager.
Yeah, I don't believe that there's a requirement that reports are submitted, but they do voluntarily report,
I've seen a lot of reports.
as have I.
Oh, you have? Okay. I haven't, this is the first I've heard of it, so.
So are there more questions or should we turn back to Trustee Brazeau for his opening comment in our discussion?
Okay, thank you so much, Brian, for all your work that you've done. So, I mean, I'm gonna cut it how I see it. I mean, look, we got a couple venues here. We can do a hearing, it's gonna require evidence, attorneys, time, pain. Nobody may like that outcome. They can go to civil court, same as above. They get frustrated and sell to a developer and put a bunch of development in there. I don't think that's a good thing necessary for Scio. But I'd love to see, if possible, is would the Fruitings be willing to sit down, hear out in a calm, professional manner, maybe with some type of arbitrator in the room, one of us, whoever. Everybody loves Joyce. We always have Joyce saying, who doesn't like Joyce? Everybody loves Joyce, right? And hear them out and maybe consider changes. The two things I'm hearing is, sound, right? And I can get it that that's a sound problem. I'm very sensitive to sound. I understand, and maybe get a sound engineer to come up with some kind of creative solution we haven't considered. That maybe the Fruitings would be open to implementing, and maybe the traffic options too. Are there some traffic options we just haven't considered? Is there? They bring them all in at one time. They line them up. I don't know. But those are the things if those are the two main issues. If those are it, like the kind of the core of the crux of the matter, if you will. If you could get us to work like neighbors, because we're all supposed to be good neighbors to each other, can we do that, or at least attempt to do that? I think would be my preferred venue to at least try. And if we, Scio Township, have to be a participant in the sense of some type of arbitration means to make that happen, hold them here in the hall, Joyce, myself, Jillian, whoever wants to be that arbitrator, or maybe a couple arbitrators, I'd be fine by that. If that brings resolution and brings it much more quickly than going through either civil court or hearing, because that's gonna be long, painful, and expensive for everybody. And again, nobody may like that outcome. I also don't want to see it get somebody get mad and just wanna sell it to a developer and they go put in 200 homes back there. That doesn't sound like a good idea to me either. I like the idea of the open space and barns and all this, you know, in terms of their preserved buildings. I don't know how the board feels about, would we be willing to, can we be an arbitrator? Is that, you guys all know I'm kind of new to this stuff. I don't know if that's even an allowable action.
Mediator.
Mediator, arbitrator, however you'd like to. And of course, the parties have to be willing to participate in that as well. Maybe I'll say, you know, we're not doing that, and then that eviscerates, but that seems to me like a, you know, let's try to get along first if we can't figure out a way to be all good neighbors to each other.
So what you're suggesting is some sort of form of, without getting too specific,
Yeah.
some sort of form of negotiation with the Fruitigs, sort of voluntary negotiation to see if we can address some of the concerns that have been raised by the nearby neighbors.
In a very pragmatic way though, Howard, right? So it's just not just to say, look, you know, if we have a sound violation, let's go actually get some sound measurements. Let's get a sound engineer involved who could maybe come with some creative ways. Maybe there's sound burying walls or ways you go in the barn and you put an acoustical panel that would dent it by 10 dB. There's all kinds of ingenious things you can do with sound control. I used to be a sound designer back in the day, as you guys all know, right? I used to design audio systems. So I know there's all kinds of controls, and that was 30 years ago. I'm sure there's more now. So is there things that we could do that wouldn't be a crazy cost? I don't expect the Fruitigs to spend, you know, millions of dollars or something to eviscerate a problem, but there might be something that we could do that's a good, makes sense for all parties concerned. If that, you know, again, addresses the issue to everyone's satisfaction. And I always say, by the way, of all negotiations, if everybody walks away from the table just a little bit angry, you've probably got a pretty good deal, right? Because nobody's gonna get everything,
Just
right?
a little bit angry.
Everybody's a little angry is okay. A little angry walking away is always usually when you probably struck in the middle.
A huge improvement from the, you know, to lower the anger.
Right, and of course, if we gotta have enforcement, all that stuff, that's just a natural period, whether it be for garbage, as some of our people have talked about, we gotta have the enforcement, that's a no-brainer, that's a motion.
Without going off into other tangents, can I turn to you, Joyce, for input on this? Because I know you've had some discussions with the Fruitigs about this very question.
Well, when Attorney Fink and I met with the Fruitigs, we did talk about whether there are some options to try to address some of the issues. And they did appear to be open to having some discussion in that area. And also there were statements that, you know, they are looking at other ways to try to address some of the concerns.
So I think the answer is yes, I think there's room for this kind of dialogue, whatever form it takes. I think the township should be, my personal view is the township should be involved because we are responsible for overseeing the conditional use permit and you know, making sure that it's monitoring it and making sure that it's being complied with.
Again, moreover, I just think it's just, let's, you know, all the ordinances, all that stuff is nice, but at the end of the day, nobody wants to go down that path. It's always a bad day when you gotta, in my world, it's always a bad day when I have to go to the contract. It's always a bad day when I have to go to the orders. Can I resolve this without doing those things? Can we all come to the table, sit down? I'll even bring Demo's Donuts, but I mean, come on, you gotta admit.
This
the
is
Demo's Donuts,
this is your go-to antidote.
it
for
works.
every
I mean, I have a weakness for Demo's Donuts. And just see if we get all the parties to sit down, try and put the history behind us. We can't fix the history. I can fix what's going forward though. I can make.
So it seems like there's room for that. I'd like to keep going around with your conversation. Trustee Noel, I know you had a comment that you wanted to make.
So I would be supportive of that approach. I think that when I talked to Mariah and actually Doug Luan about it, the idea was a mitigation approach. Can there be improvement on both sides somewhat? So I would be supportive. I guess we're gonna have to ask Fruitigs after they're gonna are willing, but I won't spend a lot of time on the history. I do agree with Mark that the history has some relevance in terms of understanding where we are right now, but we do have to focus on going forward, and I would like to do that. I just want to say a few comments though. There are extensive comments documented in emails that this board has seen from FOIA requests from residents, some from Ann Streeter, some from other people, documenting the numerous complaints over the years. And I know there was a comment recently by someone that, oh, there haven't been many complaints. Well, there have been complaints, primarily related to traffic and noise. I think that the prior board had a tendency to try to put the complaints, just kind of address them superficially and not necessarily follow through with any kind of resolution or outcome. I mean, I was there with Jack and Bryce, numerous discussions, there's email documentation about all of this. And that board didn't do their job. So the township is responsible, I want to say, and it's unfortunate because it's put us in a very difficult situation here right now. Because in many ways, this board is kind of stuck with something that isn't working for many people, and we have to try to craft a path out of it and try to work with the situation that we're given. I also want to say different people have different noise tolerance levels. And so we've heard a lot that some people aren't bothered by music, but some people are. And I think we have to accept that different people have different levels of tolerance for loud noise. So I am supportive of trying to work this out. I think the board bears responsibility in the situation, and we have to try to do it differently. So I hope we can do that.
Clerk Flinto?
Yes, couple things. One, I look forward to our quickly developing a code enforcement program. That is, it's not just a person, it's a program, it's policies, it's a whole 9 yards. So thank you, Joyce, for your leadership on that. Second of all, I want to say, knowing that how board packets used to look at this time and being an observer of the township board and the way it operated, motivated me to go for the position of Scio Township Clerk, because it was clear how little the board was paying attention to budget, planning, finance, law, code enforcement. So I will just say, I mean, that's real. And it goes down to, even to today, with the way our planning items are prepared for this board, I want us to be really clear. That's why it's important to have the conditional use permit in front of us when we are making decisions, the ordinance in front of us when we are making decisions, and not rush through these complex planning items. So that's that. I also want to just give a shout out to Kathy, who in the past was criticized for fly specking. I too, as a literate woman on this board, have been accused of fly specking. I just want to say it's important to read the details. They matter, because here we are several years later. So I just want to encourage the board to always, ask questions, not make assumptions, because we get ourselves into trouble. I think we really need to look at the good work that we did with Heron Farms. I know Daryl DePestel's here. We did a lot of work, and I remember Brian Heron stating that a lot of his challenge was community healing from this. And so the entire process we went through with the sound engineer and all of that, that I think would be a very good CUP for us to look at. Particularly, I mean, the planning commission, everybody, there was, meetings there on site, much more diligence, and I supported that CUP. So I would hope that we can look toward that. in the event that the Fruitigs are willing to sit down with the township. I do wanna be clear, the two parties aren't the neighbors and the Fruitigs. The two parties are the Fruitigs and the township. So we need to be responsible. It's not just that we're a mediator, we are one of two parties. I also am curious, and certainly I know you wouldn't have the answer now, but given that we have Heron Farms, we have the two Fruitigs, you know, given our ag tourism ordinance as it is, where else could these event, you know, this, I guess, the CUPs under the agritourism. And I don't expect you to answer this now, but I think that Jonathan Greenberg, Kathleen Brandt have raised this very good point that where else could these agricultural, commercial tourism businesses be permitted?
10 acres in a barn.
No, they don't even need a barn, they just need 10 acres.
And
in the A1 district.
And so,
It's a conditional use permit, it's not by right.
and it's not by right, but my question is, you know, kind of for us, if we've done 1, 2, now 3 of these, you know, where are we going with this? How do conditional use permits fit in with our, you know, kind of overarching planning? Are we planning for more of these? Do you want more? Certainly the list under subsection C, you know, it's a wide range of things here. But I just want.
Needs a review.
I think we just need to think about it if we need any adjustments to it. But I really want to encourage us to look at Heron Farms and what we did there and try to bring some of those good conditions and practices to the table when we sit down with the Fruitigs, hopefully.
I just have a brief observation, I hope it's brief, and that is what I see in the presentation that you gave of the chronological order of these conditional use permits is a kind of a learning by the township. The first conditional use permit predated my time on the planning commission, but I was there when the subsequent ones came through. And it was clear that the township was reacting to the sort of evolving and growing business. And I think everyone was. The support that I witnessed on the planning commission from neighbors early on was a reaction to, I think, the success of the restoration of the barns, everything. Everyone was pleased about that. That's what I remember. And I think that good feeling carried forward for a while, but then I sensed a change. There was, as the, you know, people lived with the business, this increasing business on Scio Church. I think the neighbors, especially the ones who lived closer, they got worn down over time. And I think that we heard that tonight, and we've heard it in other public comments on at other meetings, and we've seen it in emails, that over time, it just, people got tired of it. And that's a big part of the complaint. And that's something that's difficult for a conditional use permit to sort of anticipate. And I think that's why I have hope for the suggestion of negotiation with the Fruitigs, because I think they recognize it too, that there's a kind of a tension that has grown, and it can't, I think you're right, Mark, it can't really be solved by legal means. I think one of the things that I wrestled with, you know, working together with our enforcement team, starting in, I think we really got busy about, you know, with trying to figure out, you know, how to demonstrate that the township was serious about enforcement in 2021. And we actually issued citations. So that was the first time that the township had done that. And I met Mr. French. We you know, talked, you know, through each of these citations that was issued. We worked our way through them. Some of them stuck, some of them were effectively sort of argued out of by the Frutigs, because they didn't stand up. And I think that's really the tension with going down that path is you can start citing violations, you can start trying to build a case, but what you're really headed towards is a judge looking at the case that you're making as the township to revoke a conditional use permit, and will your arguments stand up? And I think that's really a pretty big challenge and a path that doesn't necessarily lead towards a solution that will really satisfy the neighbors, because unless we prevail and the conditional use is revoked, then they're still living with the ongoing tension. So I think the negotiation, trying to solve the problems, trying to mitigate the things that are experienced as a nuisance is a much more productive route. So I'm hopeful for that and I'm supportive of that. But I do want to say, Mark, that it's not for lack of trying to enforce the conditional use permits. We made a good faith effort to do that. I can't speak to what the township did in the past, but we really did try to follow the steps that you have to go through to do the formal enforcement. It's just, what it taught me is it's not really a very productive route to go. I think part of what the township learned is that setting noise limits yet at the boundaries is just not a good way to go. And so the Heron conditional use, I think, is a much more enforceable level. And that is 0 decibels at the property line.
Right.
So we can't go back in time and redo these conditional use permits. The only thing we can do is negotiate with the owners, whoever they are, whether it's the Frutigs or somebody who buys the Misty Farm. So I'm sorry that I guess that was a lot longer than I intended.
Can I just comment on something?
Sure.
So Joyce mentioned that we met with them and that they had some ideas about mitigation. I would encourage the board to let them explore those ideas now and see where that goes before asking them to come back in and talk about something else, because I thought they were very good ideas. And if what we're talking about is working with them for mitigation, I feel like we've already moved down that path, and we should, if the board agrees, just maybe let that play itself out and see how that goes.
How wouldn't we? I don't understand how we wouldn't let that.
Well,
How we might not.
what you're saying is like have them come back in and talk about more mitigation. We've already had a conversation.
Certainly, yeah.
And I would like them to be able to try what they have volunteered and see where that goes before we
I was thinking
go further.
negotiation wasn't like a public meeting with the full board.
No.
I was thinking it was more.
Yeah, it's one-on-one.
Okay, yeah,
We're
I'm
leaning on our
just
township manager
yeah,
to sort of
just
lead the way.
clarifying. You're comfortable with where?
Well, I do believe that they had good ideas during the time that we had the meeting. I also think it would be beneficial, not necessarily to have a large group or anything like that, but to try to work with them if they need support or facilitation to make sure that their efforts are moving in the right direction. And then I guess the other thing too, in a sense, it's kind of a lose-lose situation that the public, the residents did not create, nor did the Frutigs. So I think to some extent, we need to work with both to try to resolve the problem. I do agree on.
It's pretty rare. I mean, I've been in my share of lawsuits when there's a clear winner and a clear loser. Usually, the winners are the attorneys. They do seem to walk away with a lot of money. Those guys seem to do, or girls seem to do okay. But very rare does some plaintiff like all win and somebody all lose. And I'm sure that we have 3 attorneys here would concur, well, 4, I would concur that's rarely the case.
None of them
So,
are girls.
what's that?
Thank you. None of them are girls.
Well, I'm men and women, that a fair thing? My daughter gets me on that too.
Yeah.
All right, so I want to make sure that we're still going around if there are other comments. Treasurer Palmer.
Lived with it from the beginning, and I like the idea of mitigation because it takes 2 to fight, but it also takes 2 to solve the problem.
So let's go for it.
Thank you. Trustee Riser?
When Kathy said mitigation, I wrote mitigation down, but you know, can there be grading, can there be burns, is there vegetation, would that make a difference? Is the right of way 66 feet? Can you put, I mean, what about baffles or sound dampening in the barns that don't destroy the look? I mean, there's probably things, and maybe they're talking about all that, and I'll leave it to the parties to try to do something, but you know, picking up on, you know, Trustee Knowles' point, I would support that.
Thank you. Trustee Chair.
Yes, Mariah and Joyce, you have met with the Fruitigs. Have we met with the residents? I know there's been emails, there's one-on-one, but you know, having the residents come in and hearing them, because for years they have been shut down or ignored, or at least felt that way. And maybe if we had them come in and voice their concerns, so you get a better picture.
Yeah, I agree. I do think there's a need to do that. And I did meet with Mrs. Streeter as well, just to kind of get her perspective on what's taking place. But I think we need to look at it from both perspectives.
And then, yes, and Jess, you said something really, well, we've been hearing this a lot. Scio's been reactive in a lot of ways for a long time, and this is another incident where we need to wake up and take action to be proactive. And this is planning. We had the J-Rod meeting, that's gonna be good. There's gonna be another, but you know, just really look at everything so we can, you know, plan and then do our best to avoid these types of situations. It's tiring.
Thank you. Well, what I would like to propose, because I think we've sort of talked this through now, and thank you for the very thorough presentation and answering all these questions.
The boring presentation.
Well, yes, the very thorough and as you promised, a boring presentation, but actually I thought it was very interesting. So, but in any case, I think we've sort of reached a point where we can move on and hopefully allow the negotiations, the discussions with the Fruitigs to bear fruit. If we could propose a brief recess before we go on.
Do we want to hear from the Fruitigs at all?
I don't, this isn't
Okay,
really a
okay.
dialogue, this isn't meant to be a dialogue, and if we start inviting comments from some people, then we're gonna invite comments from other people.
And I'd like to, though, you know, be clear though, who is having the negotiations with the Fruitigs? Get this board to get clear. Who are we designating to have
Well,
those
I was assuming that we were
conversations?
talking about our township manager is taking the lead on that.
And Joyce, why don't you incorporate one of us, maybe just have a couple, if you want me, I'm fine, Jill, well, I don't care.
Yeah, I
But
think we should make
I'll
a
stand up
motion
and
and make
I'm
it
willing to do
clear. I just want to make it clear, you know, after the last planning item where suddenly there was
assumptions.
multiple people talking to the developers and then the tree fund was down 150. I'd like to make a motion to make clear who's doing the negotiations, so.
Please go for it.
Sure, I'll make a motion to ask our township manager and whomever she needs to join her to lead the negotiations with the Fruitigs.
I'll second that.
And the residents.
We've been married the longest, we know how to negotiate.
So we have a motion by Flintoff, support by.
Yes, and I want the same group to meet with the residents. They can meet separately.
Well,
Okay.
why don't we let the township manager sort of run the show on.
I'll revise my
Motion.
motion, I'll revise my motion. With your, or who seconded?
I did?
You did. Is that okay with you to revise the motion, Will?
Well, how are you revising it?
Okay, a motion to ask the township manager to lead the negotiations with the Fruitigs, neighbors, and other parties regarding mitigating steps to resolve the issues at Misty Valley, Misty Farm.
Sure. All right, unless there's further discussion, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? All right, now may we take a brief 5-minute recess? Yes. We could end the conversations or take them outside. Gonna start the meeting up again.
She's talking to
The next item on the agenda is regular reports. We have written reports from a number of people, a number of members of the board. Are there any questions or comments on the written materials that were received by the board, the reports? Sure. Clerk Flintoff.
Yeah, a couple comments. If anybody has questions on the financials, it's the first revenue and expenditures and balance sheet of the year, still based on unaudited, but thanks to PM Gap, we got our budgeted numbers entered in. So thank you to Ally Norris. Tomorrow, a reminder, special meeting of the board at 2 p.m. tomorrow to hear from our auditors on our audit report for fiscal year ending 23, that's year end March 31st. Rushed getting the meeting together because the audit is due by September 30th, and we will be on time with that. So that'll be the first chance to have a conversation for the board to ask questions of our auditors and of each other's. Also regarding elections, ballots are going out. We've issued over 927 ballots already. I expect that we'll have another 1,000 out by the end of the week. So even though it's a small election, I think we're gonna, a special election, which one issue election, I think we're gonna have a very good turnout, which I'm happy about.
Are there other comments or questions about any of the reports?
I just wanted to ask for a brief, I included the September 28th meeting announcement. Joyce, is that intended just for the Uplands residents?
I'm thinking it's for the residents in that area, but I'm certain no one would be excluded if they wanted to attend.
Okay.
Well, the ravines and the meadow ones too.
Yeah.
In hometown and Walnut,
Yeah.
Kensington.
Are you gonna be there?
Yes, I believe it.
Well, we held, as long as we're talking about that, we held a pre-con meeting for that project on site today. So the contractor was there with a representative from the road commission and several people from the township, including our director of parks, preserves and pathways. And so it seemed like everything was sort of lining up for that project to go forward. So that's for those of us who've been anxious to fix those sidewalk gaps, I think that's an exciting development. There's a written report from the township manager and myself. This was something that we committed to do in terms of laying out next steps. We were going to have a presentation on that, but I think it is good to have the presentation together with an actual action item, which we're sort of working our way towards at the October meeting. This is what I'm talking about now is the Wild Fry Farm out on West Liberty. And I don't want to skip over it. There was something that you were going to speak to, Joyce, and I don't want to skip over that, but I cannot remember what it was.
Well, there was some discussion related to the AAATA item on the agenda tonight, and we were thinking that with the transportation issue coming up next year, it might be a good idea to perhaps have an ad hoc committee that could work towards putting together a plan with support from SEMCOG, also with AAATA, the road committee, and others that might bring their expertise to this issue so that we can put together a recommendation for the board.
Yeah, I think that's great.
There's, what's his name, Jared Levine. He's emailed the board a couple times about a bus shelter at Dexter, Ann Arbor, Wagner. And is that on a list somewhere? He keeps email, has anybody responded to him? Because I did
receive the information in an email, and I was thinking we should get with AATA regarding that request about the bus shelter.
Yeah.
It's out of the EDA district, right, or the.
It is,
Yeah.
that
It's a
is
pretty
outside.
dangerous.
So it would, we'd have to have a different Yeah, because the other bus shelters are within the, okay.
But to Joyce's point, I mean, what comes to mind for me is kind of the template that we did for the Fire Services Guidance Committee. So we established a committee, we had a lot of data, SEMCOG would give us the subject matter expert. We have RAC working on roads. We have the bus millage renewal potentially coming up or not. We need to decide what we're doing with that. Both of these will be on for 2024. So I think I don't know what folks think about that idea of a committee, but if so, maybe we should work on that committee charge and bring it back to the next meeting.
Yeah, we can put together a recommendation on maybe who should be participating on the committee, you know, if there's an interest in doing that, and what the committee would be charged with doing, maybe a time frame to put together their information and report back.
So this would be transportation planning. Would it would cover bus and roads?
I think it could.
Well, we need to know for RAC, so because we're already working on the.
No, exactly.
Why don't we, I leave this to our township manager to work on bringing back a proposal for an ad hoc committee. I think the focus is on, the discussion so far has been on the bus millage, but perhaps it makes sense to sort of think more broadly about
I think we need to think about them together, whether it's one or two groups, whether it's RAC and another group. Regardless, we've got to be coordinated because it's, you know, what we haven't had, and I hope we'll be able to get from SEMCOG hopefully, is some transportation planning expertise, kind of township wide, so we can really look at bus, roads and everything, particularly because, you know, this board is going to have to decide if we're going to be placing 0, 1, or 2 millage requests to voters next year, or, I mean, so we need to be coordinated, I think.
Yeah, so maybe we can meet internally to talk about scope and then get something back to the board.
Great.
I'd be willing to help be part of the transportation committee if you're looking for volunteers, but I defer to others who might want to be on it as well.
How many committees are you on already?
Well, I'm also on the Watts Transportation.
Right.
And there's some COG, so it kind of coordinates with that.
Yep.
I'm not looking for more meetings. I'm just offering to be available if you need volunteers.
Well, I think that's great. Is there any other comment on any other reports? If not,
Oh, sorry, I did have one other question. On the J-Rod, I saw the discussion of an ad hoc committee and sub-quorum members. Can you tell me what, I mean?
Jan wants there to be people from the DDA, from the PC, from the BOT, to be able to meet in committee to kind of talk about the presentation about forms-based mixed use for the J-Ride
Yes.
corridor. And once you get too many people, then it's harder to schedule, then it has to be a public meeting. So just kind of discussions surrounded to how kind of the planning for the Jackson Road overlay district.
Okay, I thought, and what I would prefer, and maybe this is kind of no, and maybe this is just a.
Jan just brought it up and I wanted to put it in there to get it out there that
It's great,
she's thinking about.
it's cool. And maybe this is not in conflict, but for the Jackson Road Overlay District, we put in the budget special planning money for that. So I'm just kind of wondering what Laura's next step is on that. Like, is it going to be, because I would imagine that we would have kind of a public planning process around that. So maybe this is a, you know, preparatory for that. I don't know, but.
It was a discussion, there's no charge, there's no, it was an idea that Jan kind of brought forth toward the end of the meeting last night. Chair.
Oh, yeah, totally. And that's fine. But Joyce, when you have time, if you could check in with Laura and kind of find out what the work plan is for the Jackson Road planning. Because I know we had that one meeting, report came out of it, and then we're supposed to have kind of a public formalized process, whatever that is. Okay, thank you.
And there's budgeted money for that, you said?
We had budgeted money for that at the beginning of this year, and we have no scope of work or contract yet, and so I want to make sure we don't just start kind of informally going forward I want to have a plan for it if we're going to spend money on it.
Well, I'm mindful of the fact that we have people waiting for other agenda items, so I'd like to move along to new business. We have, the first item is conditional use number 23009, Curtis Commercial Mixed Use Drive-Through Restaurant. And we have here with us this evening representatives of the applicant, or I should say, maybe we have the applicant and his representatives. Why don't we turn it over to you to present? And if we need to, I just want to let people know, we can pull in Carlisle Wortman. Laura is sort of on tap, but she's not here with us this evening.
Okay, thanks very much.
Well, as my son David is handing out a pamphlet that apparently we provided, but not enough. And this is indicating that we are, through the parameters of our deed and next door neighbor banks, our mixed use arrangement.
Would you please
Yes,
introduce
of
yourself?
course, yes,
Thank
yes.
you.
My name is Jim Curtis. I'm one of the 5 members of our family that own and manage the building. And to my right is my son David, who's a senior manager with his sister Margaret Howe. And to my left is Joe Maynard, who is with Washington Engineering, who will do the presentation today. I'm just doing an intro. Since about a year ago, my son and I met with Doug Lewan to commence the investigation of the idea of whether or not we could have a drive-through. And at that time, we were informed by Panero, which has been a wonderful tenant since we purchased the building in 16, that they were going to be leaving. They built the building that we own at 5340 only 19 years ago. But in spite of the fact that it's new and a great location, great visibility, traffic flow, all of that, it was obvious to us that they were eager to leave and to have another location that allowed them to have a drive-through. So about a year ago, we commenced talking with Doug, and we determined in the first quarter that we had a mixed-use status for our parcel, which then allowed us to proceed to hire Mr. Maynard to prepare a site plan for us. We met informally on April 13th and May 25th with the Township Planning Commission members, OHM, Fire Department, and Utilities. And these were pre-submittal meetings so that we could understand what the township wanted and or needed. We incorporated all of these concepts within our site plan that Mr. Maynard prepared, simply because we wanted to hear what people wanted to say that were knowledgeable about what was important. Subsequently, on July 24th, we formally presented to the Planning Commission. And unfortunately, at the time, we did not have the additional information that was requested at that time, which would be a traffic study as well as a pedestrian safety analysis of our single lane drive-through where pedestrians would cross over. We asked for a deferment or postponement of the decision, and that was denied, and a vote was rendered for us not to be accepted as a drive-through. Since that time, we have contacted and obtained on August 15th a study that was done by Fleece and Vanderbrink concerning the traffic impact of this drive-through that we wish to have, as well as receive an email from your fire department chief, Mr. Hout, I hope I pronounced his name correctly, concerning the safety of our project. This is included in your package. Now, it's important to realize that the site plan you have before you hasn't changed. What was the biggest issue of the Planning Commission was that we didn't have the supporting documentation that was needed for them to move forward on this. As part of this presentation, we not only included all of the requirements that the township has, but all of the suggestions or recommendations that were put before us. Things such as putting in rough-in wiring for an EV station, adding shrubbery and trees beyond what is required. We added more pervious land than what currently exists. I could go on with the kinds of things that we've added to beautify the property to make it safer as well as more attractive.
We also, last May, went to both of the banks next to our property to let them know of what we would like to do. And although the banks do not give recommendations, which I understand the rationale behind that, they wished us well and encouraged us to, as soon as possible, have another restaurant for themselves and their patrons. And for these reasons, as Mr. Maynard is going to present, we hope that your board approves of our proposal. Thank you.
Christie, can you promote me to? I'll keep this short. I only have 2 hours of battery life, so.
That's.
Oh, that's very funny. Gotta open it up. So yeah, we're looking at the former Panera Bread building on Jackson Road. Sure you're aware. Just to give you kind of an idea of the area that we're looking at, Z Road, Jackson intersection. Currently, there's about 15 drive-throughs in this location. We've highlighted some of them. Some that we didn't catch on there is, you know, Meyer has a drive-through for their pharmacy. CVS Pharmacy has a drive-through for theirs. There's a new one going in for the chicken store, which is right against the residential area there. So this area is not, I'll say this, not bordered by a lot of drive-throughs. It's kind of what the area's become. There's really not a lot of foot traffic in that area. As we know, there's speed limit is 50 miles an hour. So it doesn't really promote a lot of foot traffic to the area. People come to this area looking for these food, looking for the restaurants and services that are in this area. And as we've heard earlier this evening, the market is trending towards more drive-throughs and smaller interior spaces. Our site, as you can see on the map, we're over 1,000 feet to the nearest residential use. Kind of zoom in. As Jim talked about, you know, our site is bordered by 2 banks and the discount tire store, which qualifies this as a mixed use. Plus you were given earlier today the document that justifies that mixed use. The original plan was developed with this Panera Bread and the bank together. So we also share driveways, 2 driveways for the 4 uses in the area and the stormwater detention in the rear. So township designation, mixed use commercial, shared access parking, restricted use agreement, stormwater drainage. Again, all points us towards mixed use, which qualifies this property for conditional use. So what we tried to do as part of this project, you know, obviously we have the mixed use. We've done minor improvements to the property in the front. My arrow's gonna work here. In the front of the property, we've added a second outdoor seating space, which would allow more pedestrians to get outside in the front area. We're proposing some minor exterior improvements with the possibility of splitting this building into 2 uses. We have some additional doorways that would be necessary to do that. There's still the option that a single use might be there. We put the drive-through lane in the rear of the property for pretty much a couple reasons. One, we didn't want it in the front, directly visible from the roadway. There was more pedestrian, more traffic interactions in that location. So we put it all the way in the rear, which gives us our full 12 car stacking spaces. In addition, we're proposing to put the employee parking in the rear, which would serve as little impact should the drive-through back up further. We've got an extra 140 feet of stacking space there beyond our code requirements for parking. As mentioned earlier, we coordinated and talked to DTE Energy. Existing transformer on the property would be supportive of an EV charging station, or even two with the level 2 charging station. If we went to a level 3 charging station, that would have to be evaluated a little closer with DTE, but they felt comfortable. If we needed one, that's possible, but we're providing the conduit now so that in the future, if the future tenant needed that, or the patrons coming to the store needed that, we have the flexibility to install that later on. We've also added quite substantial plantings around the site, all along Jackson Road, throughout the outdoor seating areas, and some additional trees in the back, well beyond what the code requires us to do. And then through the traffic analysis, there were several recommendations, which we took very seriously, about adding pavement striping for the walkways for pedestrians, to give them clear access and the drivers. Added pavement markings for the drive-through lane, and added signage so that people pulling in know where they need to go to get to the drive-through. We've also added a yield sign at the drive-through exit to kind of, again, bring it to the attention of the people leaving the drive-through that this is a pedestrian crossing, which again, no other drive-through that we saw on the township had a yield sign for that location. We've had our reviews by both OHM and Carlisle Wortman, and at this time, there are no concerns noted in the OHM letter. Carlisle Wortman had a few concerns, but with our resubmittal and re-review, the letters in your packet tonight, they've got no other concerns that we haven't addressed. There is one item, I guess I should say, and I'll probably emphasize this, REUs, because we don't know our current tenant or tenants, we will have to return to the board for the REU consideration on this project. I'm sure Sally's on and Matt's still here. They'll probably go into that a little more detail for you. So in Carlisle Wortman's letter, 6 standards for conditional use. Number 1, it'll be harmonious. And in accordance with the objectives, regulations of this ordinance. Our proposed drive-through is in a C2 zoning district. And again, we have no direct residential uses. And both of our direct neighbors have proposed no concerns with our proposed use. Will be compatible with the nature, natural environment, existing and future land uses in the vicinity. Given that this area is all developed, we don't expect to see any changes in the area. Have worked with the redesign of this to reduce our impervious surface, to add additional landscaping to make the site more enjoyable by the patrons. Added the EV ready spaces so that we can have future EV charging if that becomes necessary or desirable by people coming there. Will be served adequately by essential public facilities, highways, streets, police, fire, drainage, refuge. The site is already existing. We maintain current water and sewer facilities. We're reducing impervious surface modifications of the water lead is proposed. But we do have the option section, second sanitary lead. Will not be detrimental, hazardous or disturbing to existing future neighbors. Again, our neighbors are there. This is all commercial zoning. We don't see much change going forward. Even with the agreement between the neighbors, you know, if this place is a food restaurant service, the banks can't change use. So we've added bike coops. We added 2 bike coops, which give us 4 spaces, 1 more than is required by code. And again, we've created an additional outdoor seating space for people. Additional requirements of public costs. There's no additional cost that, you know, Township's going to bear regarding this facility. See. And it's compatible with the Township's master plan. Again, this is a commercial seeking zoning. We're not seeking rezoning. We're just seeking a conditional use. So as we get into the items, you know, the planning commission met on July 24th. They gave us a list of items that they wanted us to consider and bring to the board in order to, what they felt was what we took as, these are the items you need to address in order to be approved the project. First was pedestrian safety. So we got our traffic study. We implemented the items that were noted in the traffic study to help improve pedestrian safety, including crosswalks, pay markings, yield signs. As Jim noted earlier, we did talk to the fire chief very directly. Have they seen any, you know, pedestrian car impacts within the township with pedestrians in the drive-through? And the answer was pretty obvious. Basically, there have been none within the last 3 years that he can think of or has records of. Traffic congestion. Again, our traffic impact assessment noted only a small increase due to the drive-through. One of the things I'd like to point out, and I'm sure everybody's kind of aware of, with the idea of mobile banking, people just don't go to the banks as much as they used to. Everybody kind of does it on their phone now. So bank use, I'm sure you've seen it, is tending down. So where this property was probably 10 years ago, the banks were really busy and you know, come and going, get their checks on Fridays. The traffic study didn't address that because there's no data now to support that, but you can see that in everyday life. Sustainability, again, I'll just, you know, we're working on, you know, EV charging, bike coops, trees, upgraded LED lighting, so we can be as sustainable as possible. So just in closing, we've got all our approvals from our engineer, planner. And I just want to say, I know tonight you have 3 options that you could consider. I'm kind of hoping that you would lean towards approval. You have that option to do that. Just want to say by sending this back to the planning commission, the client is going to see a substantial delay, having to resubmit additional fees for that resubmittal. The plan that's going back to the planning commission is pretty much the plan you have before you today. That's the plan the planning commission is going to see. We addressed their concerns that they raised during that meeting. They didn't give us the option to come back. They just moved it to the board. So we're hoping that you can give us feedback and
consideration. Trustee Riser.
I have a question for Mr. Curtis. How important is the drive-through? I mean, have you tried to rent this out? What kind of efforts had you made? Once you knew Panera was going, what did you do to try to rent it out?
First of all, put advertising in Craigslist and LoopNet. LoopNet is more commercially driven. And David, my son David and his sister are part of our company. They reached out to about 100 different restaurant entities, regional and nationals, that were not in the area. And the feedback was minimal to non-existent, unrelated, when it was related to not having a drive-through. We are also open to any other use other than food, but the reality of it is that this area is conducive more for, in this building particularly, for food. We've done everything we can to market this space and to fill it up. The people that have contacted us are only people at this point who are interested in a drive-through. I'd like to say this, that Panera would never have left if it wasn't for not a desire, but a need. Proof to me is in the pudding, not words, but deeds. There were wonderful people in a great building, great location, all the parameters of visibility and traffic going on and on. But they left and bought land and built another building for the sole purpose of now having a drive-through. And we are experiencing this over and over again. This is not a unique entity here. This is just a standard change that we've witnessed since the virus. I wish it weren't this way, but that is the reality that we're facing. I hope I answered your question, sir.
Oh, yeah, no, yeah, I was, okay. Yeah, I was just thinking. You're next to a bank and a credit union.
There's a credit union to the east of us and Comerica Bank to the west of us.
They've got drive-throughs.
They have drive-throughs.
They've got 3 lanes, they're 3 wide.
Each one has 3 lanes, and we rarely see people there, as Mr. Maynard was mentioning. I don't know what it was like 10 or 20 years ago because we didn't own the building that we do now. But since 16, it's been pretty calm, pretty quiet.
Well, I don't see a lot of other people rushing forward with questions or comments. I know that you're hopeful that the board will approve, but you know, after a lot of internal discussion, both the township manager and I felt that this should go back to the planning commission, even though you've got these, you know, favorable reviews from both the engineer and the planner, because of the new information that the planning commission didn't have when it made its recommendation of denial. That's what I would.
And I would have opposed that.
Oh.
I didn't think it was fair that these guys couldn't get an adjournment or a postponement to get their ducks in a row to do all the things that they did.
That's what I wanted to ask about. What happened there with the planning commission?
I was the one voting.
Were you the one? Okay.
I was the one. So I would have given them more time so they could do the study they wanted to do. So they got voted down instead of a delay. And then even though they got voted down, they did the things that they should have done. They're gonna have more outdoor seating. They're putting EV in. The other Panera, and it's not the Panera, it's the developer, they got 4 extra spots to put in EV, and they didn't even put in I almost said damn. They didn't even put in the EV.
Good catch.
They didn't even put in the EV. Here, these guys, they're not required to do it, but they're offering to put in the EV infrastructure. And the queuing is gonna be as safe as it can be. I'm ready to vote for this tonight, because I want to see that land develop and however the market supports it. And I think, you know, I know that there are some people who aren't for drive-throughs, but the residents, the people, the market likes drive-throughs, and it would be the closest restaurant to a freeway interchange. South of it's McDonald's is closer. but it's pretty close to a freeway where you would think a driveway would be. So if it's to go back to the planning commission, and that's the decision of this board, so be it, but I'm prepared to put through a motion today because I know that they did the things that the planning commission suggested. So I'd rather just as soon approve it and let them get on with their development of the parcel and to try to sell it, to try to get a tenant in there. But that's, maybe I don't speak for the majority. That's.
I just have a process question, because my understanding, Joyce and Will, was that, so this didn't have to be on tonight's agenda. This was placed on tonight's agenda with the understanding and to send it back to the planning commission, is that right?
Well, it's up to the board.
No, I understand it's up to the board, but I just wanna, and sorry, if I should know this, but this conditional use, this didn't, to send something back to the planning commission, it must come to the board. Is that correct? It is the board that must send it back.
But it also has to come here from the planning commission. So the planning commission just makes a recommendation, and then it comes here because it has to come here, whether it's this week, next week, or in a month.
I'm gonna put a drive-through there.
What kind of restaurant though?
So it was coming here, whether it's September, October, November.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And the basis for sending it back is the new information. I think that's the appropriate way to deal with it, rather than to have the board try and substitute itself for the planning commission in evaluating this information that the planning commission sought but didn't have.
The traffic study.
The traffic study is the primary thing.
Well, I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to state, I know when we had that discussion internally, it was one where we wanted to make sure that there wasn't anything that was overlooked. And we knew that with the board, just from a policy standpoint, you may not have had an opportunity to really get into the details, into the weeds in order to feel comfortable taking action. So I think it's really a matter of whether you feel like you have enough information to move on with taking action tonight versus having the planning commission look at it based on the new information, since they've had the experience of doing the review and getting that back to you. So that was the only rationale.
That's fair. I think it's good.
And I don't think we have to send it, Joe, I'm pretty sure we're not sending you back to the square one.
No.
We're just sending you back with the new information to the planning commission to consider, but I confess I don't know for sure that that's true.
Can it be put on the planning commission agenda quickly?
Yeah, the next one. I would assume so.
I'm trying to think, what's the timing that you need to do? See, what if, my concern is, what if they still say no? And then we're back here with a policy decision.
Right.
Well, they would have to state their grounds for saying no.
And they would
And
have.
we can choose to
Right.
accept or overrule them the way we always do.
Yeah, but
So-
particularly, John, the thing is like, you know, if it was denied in part because of concerns about traffic, and now we have a traffic study, I am interested in what the planning commission's opinion is. If it, you know, once they've considered that, then whatever their recommendation is to the board.
Just so you know, I will be supporting this, so, but I think it's fair to follow our procedures and policies and let the planning commission review it.
Well, from my understanding is that it goes back to the planning commission because of a major amendment or something when, no, this is, but they gave,
Additional information.
there's
This
no.
is just a
New
conditional
information.
use.
Right, yes, and I sat in on Zoom. I attend all the planning commission meetings because I have nothing else to do. But no, I'm kidding. I want to know what's going on in my township. But they did give a list of criteria that they wanted to see. They have gone through that. They have met that. So the biggest gripe with the planning commission was that it was a drive-through, but then they went ahead and approved a drive-through for Slim Chicken. So if that's the only, to go back and for them to turn it down for a drive-through. Now, if it's a traffic study to be looked at, we have that here, don't we?
Traffic study verifies that we are in good shape. We're not showing deficiencies, problems.
I've spoken to what I think we should do. I think we should send it to the planning commission for them to review the new information and then.
Okay, would they have to file fee or pay fees and do, or this is just a continuation? They wouldn't have any more?
I think so. And I think, if that is a question, I think we could address that in sending it back. We could say in our motion to send it back, we could modify the motion and say, with the understanding that there are,
Waiving any
we're
extra meeting
we're
fees.
waiving any resubmittal fees that may otherwise apply.
And it's not a resubmittal.
Sure.
This is
That's right,
simply sending it back.
Yeah, we're just
But there
sending
is
it
a
back.
potential extra meeting fee, which we would waive.
And there's the delay because we have to do it, we're gonna pass it or not pass it, and then we have to come back at our next meeting and approve those minutes that didn't go to us. So there's, we're now saying, instead of getting it done by the year, let's do it sometime mid-2024, potentially. I don't know what the timing, that would be, Curtis would know.
Well, the time is of the essence, of course, and these delays because of the weather as well cause financial hardships. And I look at the Slim Chicken project, which is not an existing building in a congested area that is passed. And what we've provided that we didn't have is only a traffic study which verifies that the condition of what we're proposing is safe.
I don't wanna be reckless,
And
it needs to go back, it has to go back.
There's no traffic
But
study.
where's that traffic study, Joe?
It's not in here.
It was in the packet when we submitted, but it's not on your online packet.
Well, my understanding is that the township board is not to have anything that the planning commission didn't in considering approval. That's why the additional traffic study is not in here.
When's the next planning commission, when's the next planning commission meeting? I mean, how fast
The
track?
planning commission meets twice or could meet twice a month if there's business for the planning commission. And they meet, I think, the second and fourth Monday of each month.
Okay,
Every
so,
once in a while, they have a special meeting.
And every once in a while, they have a special
so in
meeting,
theory,
just
they
like
can
us.
meet next Monday, right? I mean,
I don't know what the lead time is for getting on the planning commission agenda.
And the
Oh,
notice.
we could,
But the fact is, we, based on my understanding from our planning consultant, we don't have the new information. The idea is either we make a decision based on the information that the planning commission had when it made its recommendation to us, or in order to consider the new information, we send it back to the planning commission. That's really the option that we have.
can I just throw one, okay, so we got a meeting on Monday, we meet on Tuesday, I'm just throwing this out as an idea, guys. I mean, I do like the idea that, like, I'm no authority on traffic studies, or whether it should be approved or not approved or not. It sounds like something that the planning commission should review. However, I hear them as well. Can we somehow fast track this? They meet on Monday, we meet on Tuesday. Can you somehow put a placeholder in our
Yeah.
Tuesday agenda for next
So the
meeting?
clerk just pointed out that while we usually require having approved minutes before we act, we could make an exception to that and not wait for the approved minutes, which would cut out a step in the
That's good.
process.
That would be good.
Okay.
And can we ask, would it be presumptuous of us to ask Joe or you for a copy of the traffic study? How long is the study, Joe?
The study's like 3 or 4 pages. It's just an impact assessment, which your township engineer reviewed.
And so that should have been in the packet.
Well,
It's a policy question, but.
as I said, I was advised that we're not to consider information that the planning commission did.
I got a copy of it if you want. I have one. I'm happy to provide it.
Next week, no.
This is sort of what I was trying to
I
avoid,
know,
is
right?
us trying to rush this through.
All right,
in a public meeting.
and I'm the guy trying to rush it. I'll concede and I'll back down and do whatever this board wants to do, and I'll wait to vote yes in the future.
You get to vote yes twice.
If I may add,
Let's with the agreement that we're gonna fast track. If we get something that, 2 weeks from now, that's a fast track, and maybe that's a good
Yeah.
good compromise.
well, I think we could maybe modify the model motion a little bit to
Would you like
put
to
that in
try?
there? Sure. To request that the planning commission review the additional information for conditional use supplied by the applicant.
You want to say traffic
Add.
study?
I'll just kind of keep it inclusive in case there's more. Let me get their next meeting date.
How is traffic change? I'm just asking.
So the board, so
It's not gonna change mine.
So the next planning commission regular meeting is October 23rd.
That's.
Oh, because of the holiday. That's the one that has the holiday, right?
Yeah, yes, that, maybe that's the meeting I was thinking about. Columbus Indigenous.
Yes, that's.
Oh, these are about Columbus Day, okay.
So the planning commission at the top of the year, they had the option to choose a different day. They didn't, they're skipping those. I'm not judging them. I'm just telling you, the next regular planning commission meeting date is October 23rd. And then our meeting date would be October 24th. So I will make a motion to request that the planning commission review the additional information for conditional use supplied by the applicant at its 10/23 meeting prior to board consideration on 10/24. That seems fair?
Yeah.
CU 23009 Curtis Commercial parcel number.
Do you want to state waiving the requirement of approval of planning commission minutes?
Sure,
And
It's a
any- and
practice.
any fees that might otherwise be charged.
sure. Waiving any. Well, there aren't any fees
Right,
that would be charged, so I don't want to waive them.
okay.
I don't want to put that
All
in
right,
there.
all right, we talked about
because-
it, that's
Well,
fine,
it's
it's
still
fine.
under the same.
Yeah,
Application.
yeah, exactly. It's the same application. It's not a special meeting. There shouldn't be fees.
Okay,
But waiving the regular requirement for approved minutes.
I will second.
Yeah, Mariah, any comments on the motion I've made on the spot?
Okay, so we have a motion by Flintoff, support by Hathaway. Unless there's further discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The motion is approved.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks.
Apologies for the delay.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation. It was very helpful to
Thank
have a
you for
better
your
sense
time.
of the project.
Bring it back next month.
Thank you. And I just want to state one more time for this board. I will say this as many times as necessary. Please, planning items prepared by Joyce with the support of our planner. And I know you've drafted up a process, thank you, with the planning team. But there's so many moving parts to these that, you know, it is not fair to applicants or this board for us to, you know, I just want to manage everybody's expectation and time as well as possible, so.
I'll second that.
Yeah.
So, moving on to agenda item J2.
I'd like to make a suggestion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can we do J3 before J2? They've been waiting and waiting. These guys have to get up and be to work at 5 o'clock.
We have guests here to make a presentation for
Right,
this
yeah.
next.
For the carrot.
For the Ann Arbor
Okay.
Area Transportation
I
Authority.
wasn't
They've
aware
been
of
waiting
that,
here
and I
all evening.
apologize.
Okay, well,
This should be quick.
I,
Well, the utility,
but I didn't see.
Thank you. And Joyce, do you want to introduce this agenda topic?
I can,
Yeah.
So we're moving on.
You want me to look at the utility public works director position?
No,
Yes.
we're talking about J2. This is the agreement with the Ann Arbor Area Transportation Authority. We have with us this evening Forrest Yang from the Ann Arbor Area Transportation Authority, who's been waiting to talk with us about this proposal for service. and answer any questions that the board may have. So unless you wanted to add more.
Thank you. Thanks. Good evening, everybody. Again, my name is Forrest Yan. I'm the Deputy CEO of Planning and Innovation with AATA. I'll be quick. As you can see in your board packet, we got purchase of transportation agreement. A little bit more background. As you all know, Scio Township has your own transit mileage. So you pay AATA through this agreement. So we provide service in Scio Township. If you remember, we got fixed-route service along Jackson Corridor, and there's a Scio Ridge, there a little bit of service there, and then there's a little connection on Wagner Dexter. So as you can tell in your board package, the last page, there's a ridership information. So list of those services as well. And then another type of service is for people with disabilities, special needs. It's a door-to-door service we call E-Ride, basically just a paratransit supplemental to fixed route. And there's also township-wide E-Ride service serving residents. Anyway, so that's a little bit background about this agreement. The reason I've been here today is to give you a little bit update on our service plan, and then ask you for consideration for this purchase for service agreement. Every year we renew our contract, so that's kind of the process we've been going through. A little bit context on the service included in our millage plan. As you may heard, AATA just passed the last millage expansion, August 2022, with pretty significant increase in mill rate, but also covers a lot of service improvement. There are many components included in that millage vote, thanks to the voters in a number of Ypsilanti area. But there are two components directly relate to Scio residents and business. One is a weekend service. So we are expanding weekend service frequency. Right now it's only operate every hour, like there's a bus every hour. This proposal will increase that to every half hour. There's going to be bus, and then also extended service hours. There will be early morning and late evening service as well. That covers a weekday as well. A little bit increase because a weekday you already have a pretty good service. So that proposal has maybe one or two more trips in the evening. And then, of course, the weekend service we mentioned. So, of course, as a result, now there will be a little bit increase in terms of the budget. I know you have a millage cover those service expenses, but we want to give you a heads up. I know it's up to renew maybe next year. And then those figures in your packet are based on our fiscal year. Everybody seems to use different fiscal year, right? So to be consistent, we use our fiscal year for all this agreement. But if you like, we can generate different set of numbers for your fiscal year as your reference. Anyway, so as you can tell, there will be a increase in terms of the overall cost to operate service. And those are for FY 2024 I'm talking about, because those service proposals are not going to be in place until August 2024, which means there's only about over a month in FY 2024 with that service improvement. Most increase for FY 2024 is coming from inflation. But if you look at FY 2025 figures, it's a more significant increase compared to current fiscal year, because the service increase along Jackson Corridor, mostly along Jackson's Corridor, because Scio Ridge and the Dexter Wagner, they're very minimal. We didn't even charge for those service. Jackson Corridor and A-Ride service are those kind of included in your the cost estimate. So that's pretty much the information in the packet. I know there are some interest in probably there are new development, maybe there are new need in the township. I heard a few requests from the residents directly as well when we do public engagement. I heard you guys probably working with SAMCOG and doing some analysis. We can offer, whatever support you need in that process. We're not transportation engineers, but we can help in terms of the market analysis on transit side and give you whatever data you need if we have those information. So.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for Mr. Yang?
Just a couple things. First, thank you for your offer. We will take you up on it because we will be looking for your guidance on what service levels we might consider as we're looking at where to renew at, what level to renew at. And I also want to note importantly for the board, I know I've said this at several times before, but we are going to be short in the bus fund by a little bit. It'll be okay, but we have the last millage being raised. And I think we're gonna be a couple $100,000 short because for several years, this contract has exceeded the revenue we have brought in. So we should be looking at that with a budget amendment soon.
I'm not sure that's accurate. I think there's more than enough to cover this service agreement that we're considering this evening in the fund as it stands right now.
The fund has 830,000 in it, and we will have one more millage.
One more millage or one more?
One more collection, excuse me, one more collection. Which is
That may be okay. I mean, if you look at that's annual cost in your packet, right?
Yeah.
I think we're only approving an annual agreement.
Yeah.
At this point, so we have enough to cover the agreement that we're considering this evening. I think going forward.
We have enough to cover the agreement. What I'm saying is with as much with the projected number next year, we're good for it, Forrest. I'm just making a note here at this board, we're gonna have to make a budget amendment and probably pull a little from the general fund, cover the difference for the last year.
Okay.
It's just been a chronic problem that we have to catch up on this final year.
Okay, are there other comments or questions? In that case, I'm prepared to make a motion to approve the attached annual service agreement with the Ann Arbor Area Transportation Authority for the 2023-2024 period and authorize the supervisor to sign.
I'll second.
All right, so we have a motion. I believe we're ready to take, yes, and we have support for the motion. Hathaway and Carrie, is there any further discussion or are we prepared to vote? All right, please call the roll.
Carrie? Yes. Noel?
Yes.
Riser?
Yes.
Hathaway?
Yes.
Palmer?
Yes.
Flintoff? Yes. Brazeau?
Yes.
Motion adopted 7-0.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you,
for your
Forrest.
continued support, to the transit service for the Scio residents.
We're looking forward, and we are, as the clerk said, looking forward to working with you and the other folks at AETA.
Absolutely. Yep.
Thanks, Forrest.
All right. Have a good evening.
So now that brings us to item J3, which is the Utility Public Works Director Conditional Employment Agreement, and I will turn to the Township Manager to introduce this agenda item.
Okay, thank you. As you are aware, we interviewed candidates for the Utility Public Works Director position. We interviewed 6 candidates. The selection committee included the interim director, Rich Hughes, our supervisor, myself, and Matt Parks from OHM. And based on that process, we determined that Brandon McNeil is the candidate we'd like to recommend for approval. And he is here tonight maybe to introduce himself so that you'll know who he is, maybe before you vote on it.
Great.
So how you guys doing? I did come up to most of you and introduce myself. Just want to say I appreciate getting to come here tonight. I'm eager to get started upon your approval. Seems like there's a lot of good things going, some things that we can work on. And I'm happy to start working here.
Any other comments or questions?
I don't know anything about your background. Could you?
Yes, I started as a laborer when I was 23 for the city of Flint, right about when the water crisis happened. I was just in the water distribution field, so that is all the underground water distribution stuff. So I did that for 7 years. I moved on to Genesee County Waste and Water Division, which I was the senior operator. So I did water, sewer, and pump station, can station work on second shift. I worked there for 1.5 years. That's where I got my S1 license and started to do a little bit more development and leadership and learning how to take care of the administrative part of the job. Once I got my license, I moved on to the city of Clio to be their Department of Public Services superintendent. And I've been doing that for a little while now. That's a 1 square mile area. City of Flint, it was, I think, somewhere around 20 square miles. Genesee County was huge. They took care of most of the cities and most of the townships as far as there's water and sewer went. So I'm used to working in a bigger township or a bigger environment. So this kind of fits more in with what I am used to doing. Also, there's usually more work going on in the township, which has piqued my interest. Not a whole lot going on in 1 square mile. So this is kind of exciting to me to really dive into helping this community out and doing what's right for the residents here. And that's what I'm looking forward to help lead this into the right direction.
And Brandon, during the interview, you also shared with us that you have some experience with some kind of public maintenance, doing parks maintenance and things like that.
Correct, yeah, part of, in the city of Cloud, part of the Department of Public Services is not just water and sewer. It's street maintenance, so snow removal, I know that's done by Washtenaw County here. I did parks, I did bike paths and pathways, all the maintenance and taking care of that. Building maintenance is part of this job as well. I've done that at that location as well. What else is there? I think that's the majority. So like I said, it's a small area, so you have to encompass more positions and because they can't afford to hire that, every little spot out. So I've been in charge of that for a little over 1.5 years now.
Great. Thank you. And Brandon, it was really good to meet you. I'm really excited that you're hopefully going to be part of the Scio team. I just want to say, a couple priorities for me are ongoing monitoring of our worker safety, the team's safety as they're out in the field. Secondly, solving our meter problem. And third, I'm glad to hear that you have an understanding that part of this job is in fact ground and building maintenance, because it is a broad an array of duties that this job's responsible for. So I'm glad to hear that you're up for keeping a handle on all of that for us.
Yeah, I actually have spoken with Rich a little bit about the water meter issue. I did get a sense that the meters are towards the end of their lifespan. Usually 15 to 20 years is the end of the limit of what they're capable of. I understand that there's a chip shortage for the MXU boxes that communicate with the antenna so that we can get the reads. Sounds like Rich and maybe the past superintendent was starting to move in the right direction with getting different meters. It sounds like we need to get a price to you so that we can do this a little bit more proactively and start swapping them out as quick as possible. And I look forward to working with Rich and a few other people to get that accomplished.
Thank you.
Was someone prepared to make the?
I have a question.
Oh, sorry.
So how many gallons in a unit?
1,000.
Well, I know one thing, I was kind of adding up as you were talking about your career. There's no way, you look like you just graduated out of high school.
I appreciate that. I am
No
Relatively
comment, no
young
comment on
for-
age during
Yeah.
interviews.
I'm
That's why I
34.
didn't say an age.
Well, I'm glad to have you here this evening to meet everybody, and I'm really pleased that we're moving forward with this hire. This is really important. Is someone prepared to make the
Make a motion.
the motion? Do we have, the motion is to approve the conditional offer of employment to Brandon McNeil.
I'll make it.
Okay, moved by Noel, support by Palmer. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Welcome. All right.
Conditional offer is approved.
Definitely, no problem. Look forward to working with you guys.
When you starting?
Hopefully October 9th.
Good. All right, well, thank you. Thanks, Rich, for waiting. Well, that brings us to agenda item J4, and this is from the clerk, so I will turn to you to introduce this item.
Sure, so all the background is in here. There's a lot of detail in here. I want to be clear about a couple things. This applies to 2024 and 2025. This does not apply to this election in which we're administering early voting ourselves. I think overall, this would be about 60% of the cost. This is a big commitment Scio Township is taking on here, okay, for 2024 and 2025. So I want to be clear. We are committing under this agreement to serve as one of the early voting sites for the county. We would use this room 9 consecutive days, that closet. We have a whole plan, but it is a commitment on behalf of the township to make this an early voting site. So it'll be like election day for 10 days in a row here. It's a great location for the county. All of the township and city clerks and the county clerk have worked hard on this agreement, which has been approved by our township attorney, but there's a lot of activity that we'd be committing to here by the township. I think we should do it. I think it's the right thing to do. I just want to make sure the board is clear on that. Are there questions?
I have a question.
Yeah.
So it's nine days?
Mm-hmm.
What, and you, I'm sure you've already thought about this, but what's the impact on sort of the meeting schedule? How will we accommodate that?
Yeah, good question. So Christy and I have, Christy, goodbye, Christy. Christy and I have talked about that, and we will be able to accommodate it. I talked to Christy and Fran about it. As you know, we set our meeting schedules at the top of each year. So we'll just take this into consideration.
We'll just work around it when we schedule things.
Yeah, we'll work around it. And it could be, it may not always be this room, but I'm pretty sure it will be this room. It'll definitely be Scio Township Hall.
Are there other questions or comments?
But it's a good service to residents, and it's a good service to the other city of Dexter, Dexter Township, Ann Arbor Township, Northfield Township, Webster Township residents as well.
Yes, yeah. We'll bring all these people down here so they can use the drive-through restaurants. So is someone prepared to make the model motion? Moved by trustee Brazeau, support by trustee Knoll. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? I assume there's no, is there a money involved? Do we need to do a roll?
There is no money involved.
Okay,
There will be money involved,
there will be, but there's not.
but not in
point.
this, yeah,
Okay,
but it's constitutionally mandated. that we
all right,
do
well,
it, so.
that motion is, or that is approved. Now we are on to item J5. This is the appointment of Jillian Carey to the Loch Alpine Sanitary Authority Board. And this is agenda item that I placed on the agenda. This is to fill the vacancy created by my resignation from the board. And I was very pleased, trustee Carey, that you stepped forward to assume this responsibility. So I would like to make the model motion to appoint trustee Jillian Carey to serve as a Scio Township representative on the Loch Alpine Sanitary Authority Board for a term commencing immediately and ending in November 20th, 2024. Support by Brazeau. So moved by Hathaway, support by Brazeau. Is there further discussion?
Yes. I pulled this off the consent agenda because I wanted to discuss this item with the board because I know it's okay. And I did because it warrants being on new business. I want people, first of all, to thank Jillian for serving. I want to say it is contingent on the board, LASA board next meets the first Monday of October. It will be the first time they've met. They'll formally accept the resignation and we'll welcome you there.
What is LASA again?
So I want to make sure that this board understands, to be clear about and unified about our commitment to LASA being as committed as Webster Township has been to LASA. And I want to make that clear for our residents, for LASA residents, but also for our counterparts at Webster Township. They have always had their supervisor, clerk, and trustee serve. We long had our supervisor, clerk, and trustee or resident. But I want to just remind people that though LASA, the Loch Alpine Sanitary Authority, is its own legal entity, it's the Loch Alpine Sanitary Authority of Webster and Scio Townships for a reason. Started in the mid-50s. There's a lot of history to it. For many, many decades, it was just the two boards of trustees meeting together, and that was the board. And the reason for that is because we actually administer the bills. We're responsible for the finance. Scio and Webster share ultimate responsibility for the debt that LASA has through their drinking water revolving fund bonds. We share responsibility legally. You may remember as recently as 2021, this board and Webster boards had to agree to the settlements for a lawsuit that Loch Alpine was involved in. And so I just want to emphasize how important it is to have a decision maker like another trustee. We're also jointly the treasurer of LASA. So Jillian and my names, along with the supervisor and clerk of Webster's names, are on all the bank accounts of LASA as well. So this isn't like another committee. We're actually administering a public utility. The ultimate responsibility is between Webster and Scio Townships. So I just wanted to share that and say our other person who represents as a community member, Patrick McLaughlin, who's done a great job. But I will be recommending going forward that we get back to having 3 officers in the coming years on LASA to make it clear to our Webster partners that we're as fully committed as they are.
Please call the roll.
Carrie?
Yes.
Noel?
Yes.
Riser?
Yes.
Hathaway?
Yes.
Palmer?
Yes.
Flintoff? Yes. Brazeau?
Yes.
Motion adopted 7-0. Thank you, Jillian.
Thanks, Jillian.
So now we have agenda item G6. This was moved from the consent agenda at the request of Treasurer Palmer. So Treasurer Palmer, I will turn to you.
Okay. I have requested this to be handled as a regular item. I'm requesting the board approve the full year of Mr. Lowry Howard of $2,600 instead of the prorated amount of $1,950, which is in the background on our agenda item. Most of you do not know Mr. Lowry well or what he has really done in his position in the township. He not only kept the building spotless, but repaired anything that would break or need adjustment. If anyone needed anything, he was right there for us. There were also many times that he worked with our utility department when an extra body was needed. Until recent months, he also took care of the township hall grounds. In fact, he and I together used to plant flowers together in spring. Howard is a quiet man, never asking for anything. He is more than deserving of the extra $650 for a full year's longevity pay. I know there may be a question of setting a precedent, But let's consider this a retirement bonus for his excellent work performance during his 26 years of employment. Please approve my request for Howard. He will be greatly missed. And that's what I'm asking the board to do tonight.
He's worked here 26 years.
He's been here for 26 years.
Okay, we're talking about $600?
Yes, sir.
Okay, just so I'm clear.
So you would modify the model motion to approve annual longevity payment for Howard Lowry in the amount of $2,600.
Rather than the prorated number that we were.
Do you want to actually make that motion?
Wait, yeah. I
Well,
wanna
we will
discuss-
discuss before we vote, but do you want to make the motion?
I do.
Okay, so motion by Palmer, support by Brazeau. Is there further discussion?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm uncomfortable with this because you said about setting precedents and,
Well, a comment was made, that's why I addressed it.
okay, yes. And I'm very supportive of the employees. But if we do this for Howard, anybody else that's close to retirement or whatnot, we're gonna have to do the same thing.
Well, we'll deal with each one when they come up.
Yeah,
This
but
is the first time
no,
we've ever
because
done
if
this.
somebody else comes along and says, well, wait a minute, I'm six months from retirement, I want the full year, but I'm gonna retire now, then we're opening up a,
Well, that's a good question. Township Attorney Pink, does this create a precedent? Or are we bound in any way by?
It creates a precedent.
Well, not necessarily, not a legal precedent that's binding on the board, which is the other part of my question.
Well, I just gotta say, for Mariah's context, since we've not asked her about this in advance, I will say what is being proposed here already and recommended by our township manager is new.
the prorate.
Well, we've never had
We've never had
this kind of situation.
And I apologize, but this information is important. So first of all, I want to separate very much out Howard's service, how much I appreciate Howard from this question. How the handbook states, full-time employees are entitled to longevity pay equal to $100 for each year of service payable on their anniversary date, period. Howard discussed when he might leave. He considered waiting until his anniversary date. He decided not to stay to his anniversary date. Joyce, shared this request with the board. Her recommendation is that it be prorated for the 9 months during the year. That is my recommendation. That is already going beyond what our handbook requires us to do. I think it's fair. I think it's fine to prorate up until the date. That's already new for us. And I again, this is separate from my appreciation for Howard, but this is not our money. And that is not our policy. We're already making an exception to our policy to prorate up to the day he's leaving. To go beyond that, I think is too much.
As much as I hate to say it to you as a point, I mean, I'm obviously free enterprise and free business. We can kind of both do whatever we want, but I hear what Jessica's saying. Once you set a precedent and you're spending other people's money, you're opening yourself up to a can of worms. I'd rather send around a jar, a money jar, a can, everybody throw some cash in and make up the $500 that way, rather than put Scio Township in a predicament that could lead to liability or other consequences we're not anticipating. So
More of these requests.
yeah, because then it's gonna be, why not me? I mean,
We have
Well,
a fiduciary responsibility
May
to
I
our
ask the
taxpayers.
question though, Mariah, that I tried to ask a moment ago? Does this actually create any kind of precedent, legal precedent? Or is it just the informal precedent of we've done it once, other people might ask us to do it again?
I don't think that it's changing your policy. I do think that the clerk has a good point, that if you start to do something outside of your policy, you will have other people asking to do
It creates
this.
the expectation.
And I'm comfortable creating the expectation of other employees that we might prorate their longevity up to the point that they leave. I'm comfortable with that precedent.
once in a while, it'd be nice just to say a thank you to an employee, president or otherwise.
Donna, we can do this. Let's pass around a jar, seriously. Pass around a can. I'll throw $50 in it.
You know, and when Doug left, we had a party, which we all pitched in, potluck. Do the same thing.
He doesn't want a potluck. If that, no, I mean that, like I said, he's a very quiet, private
I
person,
understand.
so.
We can do something
we
special
don't.
without putting him on the spot.
Well, I still think we could do this, but obviously that other feelings are out there.
So do you want to withdraw the motion?
It's Donna's motion.
That's why I'm asking Donna.
No, let's vote on it.
Okay.
Oral.
Carrie?
No.
Noel?
No.
Riser?
No.
Hathaway?
Yes.
Palmer?
Yes.
Flintoff? No. Brazeau?
No.
Motion fails 2-5.
But I do like your idea of passing around the hat or whatever.
Yeah.
And all of us. should be-
I'll make a motion to approve the prorated annual longevity payment for Howard Lowry in the amount of $1,950.03.
So we have a motion by Flintoff, support by Riser. Do we, actually, so it's an expenditure, so yes, we need to call the roll.
Carrie?
Yes.
Noel?
Yes.
Riser?
Yes.
Hathaway?
Yes.
Palmer?
Yes.
Flintoff? Yes. Brazeau?
Yes.
Motion adopted 7-0.
Okay. Let's move on to J6. This is the new item that was added by the clerk's request. So I will turn to you, Jessica, to introduce this.
Yes, so apologies for the late arriving. We just got information. We were trying to work in some discounts, reasonable discounts. We got those at the end of the day, Monday. This is the annual renewal through Decker. Thank you to Joyce for your work on this, and Rebecca Maudie. We've reviewed and vetted this. Our recommendation is to go with our policy from before, which includes cyber liability, which we added last year. It again declines terrorism insurance. It would add in a couple deductibles, which we haven't had before, in order to reduce our premium a little bit. These changes would reduce our cost by $4,540 from what was proposed, so get us down to about $90,000. As you can see, between last year and this year, our renewal premium was going up 30%. And about 15% of that was due to market, about 15% of that was due to the number of claims that we have had in the last 5 years, which is more than before. The way we split this is across funds in proportion to the amount of property and liability insured within each fund. Is there anything else to add, Joyce?
No, I think you covered everything.
So is someone prepared to make the model motion?
I'll make it.
Okay. No, so the model motion, just to make for the record, is to approve proposal of coverages with option 1, an increased comp and collision to 2,500 deductibles from Decker Agency for October 1st, 2023 through September 30th, 2024 in the amount of $90,714 across funds 101, 206, 208, 590, and 591. So that's moved by Noel, support by Flintoff. Please call the roll.
Carrie?
Yes.
Noel?
Yes.
Riser?
Yes.
Hathaway?
Yes.
Palmer?
Yes.
Flintoff? Yes. Brazeau?
Yes.
Motion adopted 7-0.
That brings us to public comment. This is the time for members of the public to speak for up to 3 minutes on any matter under the purview of the Board of Trustees. And Trustee Brazeau will again serve as our time.
Absolutely will.
With your wonderful new device there.
Toy, I can't hardly wait.
This is quiet.
Is there anyone present who would like to speak during public comment?
I am gonna address something else.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead. I've heard a lot about your farm.
with the data project, and just to respond to the board, I'm speaking on behalf of Fruitigs, and we listened to the discussion and the Q&A period. We wanted to just make a couple of observations. One is that we certainly would be willing to discuss proposals with the township that would be objective, not subjective, for mitigation. We would not be willing to sit down with neighbors or have somebody be intermediaries for us, because we were very convinced that the parties you heard tonight on the other side of the road would not be satisfied with any level of mitigation. Now, if the township manager is able to ascertain something else, that's fine. But all the things we've heard thus far would lead us very strongly to believe that. We also want to make a couple of points about mitigation. The Fruitigs have done a lot of mitigation already, and candidly have worked very cooperatively with the township to address all of the issues. And I must take issue with one comment that the one trustee made with respect to the complaints that have been made since back 2010. We're very aware of those complaints. The problem with them is that they're baseless. So the township hasn't failed in any regard simply because we have people complaining about the fact that the Fruitigs are using their property, the Misty Farm and the Valley are being used in the manner that they are entitled to be used under the law. So another couple of points with respect to that is that the reason the right of to use those the conditional use runs with the land is because it is a property right. It's not something that's to be negotiated away with people who complain. It's a property right. It's the constitutional right that they have under the Constitution. I heard Mariah Fink's summation of the law. I have nothing to contradict that. I think she gave you a very fair presentation of what the law is. I will supplement it by saying that, with respect, you do not have the final say on whether the Fruitigs get to use their conditional use permit. It's reviewable by the courts, and not just the state court. It's reviewable by the federal court. They have constitutional rights, and you are not entitled to infringe those constitutional rights. And I say that with respect. So also I want to say one other thing with just give me just a couple of points here.
You got 7 seconds.
The reason we mentioned the level of the complaints, 50 decibel levels. That is the equivalent to a refrigerator humming. That is what is at their property line. So if somebody's already having difficulty hearing from across the road, and that's the level of the noise, I submit to you that the complaints about the noise that you're hearing from across the line are baseless.
Thank you, Mr. President.
You can come and we'll be glad to talk to the township manager, but we wanted you to at least understand those points. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Just to be clear, we didn't say that the residents would be meeting with the Fruitigs and,
No, we didn't.
okay, all right.
No, we didn't say that at all. I said they-
Just wanted to make
we'd
sure
like them
that
to.
we're all-
They don't have to do anything.
Does
Okay,
seem like Mark has learned how to use that remote. Good job. I like that.
Hey, everyone, let's stick with public comment.
So Gerald DePestle again, and great discussion tonight. A lot of good comments from the board. I did hear that there's a proactive enforcement in place or in planning, which would be great to hear, learn more about. I appreciated your thoughtful review of the conditional land use. I would surmise, though, that the real failure, honestly, is the enforcement. It's the township that's failed here. It's not the Fruitigs. It's not the people complaining. It's the township. Again, I can go 100 miles an hour down Zeeb. Am I breaking the law? Please don't pull me over. Right? Doesn't make it right. Because nobody's enforcing, nobody's monitoring in a way that's credible with integrity. Okay? And after the comments I just heard, I just don't think that you guys are going to be that close. So, you know, it troubles me. It cost over $10,000 of my personal money to negotiate what we did on our conditional land use. And that hasn't even been proven yet. So maybe it's the best practice. I don't know. So,
A promising practice.
yeah, so question is, does the Scio Township want to continue to even bother with these types of conditional land use, which honestly, I mean, I was pretty open with our situation and working with my neighbor, hopefully it doesn't come back to bite me or my neighbors. It's not a right. It's clearly stated in our conditional land use, it can be revoked. In fact, we had that language put right in there to make it clear. I worked with land use attorneys. It's not a right. It's a right to farm. It's not a right to have a conditional land use. It's managed by the municipality. No, I'm not a lawyer, but we had that language specifically put in our conditional land use. So, thank you.
Thank you,
Is
Darrell.
there anyone else who would like to speak during public comment?
Yeah. Paula Roberson, longtime resident. I want to thank Jillian for going to be on LASA. Believe it or not, I watched those meetings. We're very concerned about sewer and water. And I'm very happy, whoever got this young gentleman and all of you interviewed him. This Brandon, I don't know his last name, but we have big issues with sewer and water. And to me, that's the #1 issue in Scio. And secondly, about the drive-throughs. We had studies out here and there were 3 accidents a week. Then the road commission goes, oh, we can't do anything about it. And Myers is gonna have to pay for it. So I'm not sure, and this is something I'm gonna bring up with the planning commission, is how they actually do these studies. And then I hear through, it could be all rumor, grapevine, extended hotel facility, possibly over near the behind CVS. One person told me, oh, well, I heard that's a done deal, blah, 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 in the business community. And we're talking about, you know, how much can we cram in here? I realize this is where sewer and water is, but we all have to traverse down here and be safe. And it is not safe. So that's the other thing. And then I want to just say about these conditional use, same thing that I feel about the PUD rules, is there has to be a correct process that's defined so it doesn't look or appear that someone is getting some type of special thing. Now, when I hear from Ms. Fink that this is going to go with the property forever and ever, so when the vineyard, and there are a few different trustees here, but when that vineyard property over there on Z, and I think that's Dexter, or you can tell I've lived here too long, I don't remember the name of the roads. So the whole discussion was whether or not amongst the trustees and other people, the questions of whether these people were gonna have fines or not. And so I think it wasn't just a confusion of how it's written. Obviously, the intent was taken by the trustees discussing this conditional use. My thing is, okay, these people for the DePestle thing say, and I know somebody else who lives over there, we're gonna monitor this. Well, it's been 12 years, they didn't monitor too well. Secondly, well, these one owners may be really great. Well, what about the next owners? And yeah, they may have to live there, where they're gonna put their kid in there for a while, or, you know, I'm just saying, maybe we should stay away from these conditional use added on to a property, because it seems like it's going to cause the township lawsuits. And maybe these people don't have deep enough pockets, but somebody's going to. All right, take care.
Thank you, Paula.
Thank you, Paula.
Anyone else present who would like to speak during public comment? Let's turn to those who are participating remotely.
I saw Jonathan Greenberg's hand first and then Pam Boyd. Jonathan, you there?
Yes, I am. Hi, thank you. I would like to apologize for my earlier emotional comments to the board of trustees here. I get upset when I see bullies and their enablers bullying people, and some of the comments made earlier and more recently by their lawyer, Mr. French, jabbering about their constitutional rights to annoy their neighbors. These people are just bullies, and so my apologies for lashing out in tone and comment. I would just like us all to remind ourselves that the motivations of people who are being paid shouldn't necessarily be taken or considered to that of the residents who've been complaining for over a decade and being ignored by the township, not having enforcement in place, and in the end, making the problem much worse than it even had to be. If there was enforcement in place for the last 13 years, do you think that we'd even be at this point? Thank you. Good night.
Pam, you are next in the hopper is Kathleen Brand.
Thank you, Pam Boyd, a Scio resident. First, I want to thank Christy for running Zoom, and a special thanks to Trustee Reiser for helping her to get home at a reasonable time. Trustee Reiser, I really appreciate you stepping into Zoom in the later point of the meeting. Manager Parker, thank you in advance for your work that you will be doing with the party barns. It's past time that Scio Township steps up to its what it needs to do. I don't see any working sessions yet on your schedule. And for this board going forward, this board needs to work smarter, and working sessions would be part of working smarter. Congratulations to Trustee Carey. LASA is a really cool meeting to listen to, and congratulations on your appointment. Thank you.
Thank you. So who's up next?
Kathleen Brand. Oh, let me unmute. I'm sorry, Kathleen.
I'm unmuted. Hi, this is Kathleen Brand, a Scio resident. I just want to reinforce some things that I showed in my presentation. And by the way, I will send that to the board so you can take some more time to look at it. I had 2 slides in there that are significant. One of the slides, and this is my own quote, I made it up. It's not good governance to set policy based on fear of being sued. What I just heard from Mr. French there was a bullying tactic to say, we're going to sue you. We're going to sue you. I don't think it's cut and dried as he would say, but I don't think it's good to cave to that kind of a threat. I do think it's much more complicated than what has been presented here. There is some language in the Right to Farm Act that prevents townships from extending the rights that are provided there. So I think there's some leeway there. There's also some concerns about the usage of that land, which is residential, which was turned to residential when they bought the property and built a house. So I think there's more to this puzzle than has been shown. Secondly, I put out there very pointedly that most of you trustees can have an event venue in your backyard as it stands right now. All it says is you need 10 acres in an A1 district. And most of you live close to that. The only exceptions I saw was Mr. Hathaway. He doesn't have anybody, he doesn't have any A1 close enough or big enough to do that. Trustee Carey, it could happen to you if some parcels combined, which it seems like Scio let them combine for the valley. So we really, as a township, need to fix those ordinances. They're just too wide open. It threatens all the new subdivisions of all those people that are surrounded by farmland, and they could be facing the same situation. I think I'll stop there. I did have another comment, but it's late. I forgot. Thanks.
Thanks, Kathleen.
I see no other hands raised.
Is there a motion to adjourn? Moved by Brazel, support by Noel. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, we are adjourned
Thank you.
at 11:22.